Padma Bhushan at 2000, Dr. Kasturi Rangan, as we all know, is the chairman of the drafting committee of the National Education Policy. We welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Krishnaswamy Kasturi Rangan. Over to you, Dr. Kasturi Rangan.
Thank you for these kind words. Professor Dr. Drupajyoti Chattopadhyay, the Vice Chancellor of the Sister Nivedita University, my friend and colleague Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, Chairman AICTE, Professor C. Rajkumar, Founding Vice Chancellor, OP Jindal University, Global University, Mr. Rajiv Kumar, IPS, Principal Secretary, Department of Information Technology and Electronics and E-Governance, Government of West Bengal, Professor Neela Dabir, Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, a member, ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training, all the participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the Indian Chamber of Commerce for this privilege of inviting me to this important conference in the Northeast. And I should particularly single out the very dynamic person who really have been working with all of us in trying to give a shape to this, and in fact conceptualized it and giving a shape to the Indian Chamber of Commerce, Raina Guhaji, whom I always admire for her dynamism and her enthusiasm. I'm also happy to see Dr. Leena Wadia, who closely worked with you in organizing this Northeast component of the activity, and I would like to compliment her too. I do know that when we met at Calcutta in this connection, and when we had a very successful meeting on the higher education and the kind of shape that we want to give through the policy, it was also felt that we need to bring the benefits and in fact, first of all, we should bring a good familiarity of what this national education policy is for the benefit of the Northeast. Northeast system, I don't have to say, is, as the Prime Minister often calls it, as Ashtalakshmi. And it's truly an Ashtalakshmi. I myself have gone to Northeast several times. I was the chairman ISRO. It's a fantastic region in terms of people, in terms of culture, in terms of environment, and also in terms of the enthusiasm to pick up knowledge in the modern knowledge and of course develop. So it is in this context, many things have been happening in the Northeast. I myself would like to say that we have a Northeast Space Center in Shillong, which coordinates all the space-related activities of the Northeastern states. And that has been established many years back. Today it has grown and evolved and is substantially contributing from the area of space towards the development of the Northeast. I'm so happy that the third Globalized Education 2020, the theme is Integrated Education Northeast, with focus on implementing NEP, is being held by ICC at the Northeast. The government focus, as I told you, is of course on infrastructure, IT connectivity, energy, industrial development, as well as education. And happy to note that the third GEF is focusing on the educational aspect. Before I go to few specific things, which I think is important in the broader context of bringing the new education policy into the fore, and also to say something about the skill part of it, because that is very critical so far as the Northeast is concerned, I'll give a broad picture of the policy itself with respect to its character. The policy provides an integrated yet flexible approach to education. Further, it has kept the interconnectedness of the various phases of education in mind and how the same will enable continuity, coherence, and processes to ultimately realize an end-to-end educational roadmap for the country. Major emphasis is given in the policy to the aspect of liberal education. I want to emphasize this aspect of the liberal education. I'm sure Anil will say more about this in his own talk, but as a fundamental component of the undergraduate education. The undergraduate level will also ultimately, and this I want to again emphasize, will provide a holistic approach to education by slowly bringing in professional and vocational education into the mainstream education. At the postgraduate level, one of the key recommendations relates to the strengthening of the research in the university system. I don't have to say much about the university system and the present strengths in the area of research. The policy recommends the creation of a national research foundation for this purpose. A light but tight mechanism for regulation is envisaged. The whole idea is not to saddle the whole policy with regulatory aspects. And so we have created a light and tight mechanism, but tight mechanism for the regulation and providing a more cohesive structure for the higher education. Higher education today is highly fragmented, I should mention, and we want to bring in a more cohesive structure through our recommendation in the context of teaching and research, ensuring increased autonomy and empowered governance and effective leadership. These are the other features of the policy. On the whole, the policy aims at the development of the 21st century skills for the students while going through flexibility in making choices consistent with the dynamics of an evolving knowledge society. So, having said this as a broad picture of what the character of the educational policy is, I would say a little bit about a couple of important things which are of interest to the audience here. One is related to what it means to talk about the holistic education, because we think that the new direction in which the education has to go has to do with bringing in a holistic approach to the knowledge acquisition at the various levels, right from school to undergraduate education to the postgraduate education and research, and also in many aspects of the professional life. So there is something holistic about the way in which we need to now acquire the knowledge. So, what does the policy do? The policy aims to promote liberal education at the undergraduate level to generate more imagination and creativity in the students to ensure their holistic development. The concept of holistic education in the Indian context is an age old idea. It is not a very new thing. And in fact, this concept involving it would imply mastering of 64 kalas, as they used to say, arts, emphasizing music, dance, painting, culture, many languages, literature, in addition to subjects such as science, engineering, and mathematics, as well as vocational subjects such as carpentry. The Unless you master most of it through the 64 kalas, as they used to call it, you don't become truly educated. In some sense, the holistic approach that we are recommending has a relation to this aspect of our ancient system of education, but adopted in the modern context. So, I would like to say what exactly is a liberal education. Liberal education explores the remarkable relationship that exists among the sciences and humanities, mathematics and art, medicine and physics, etc., and more generally, the surprising unity of all fields of human endeavor. This is what we have mentioned. You can see it in the NEP 2000. A comprehensive liberal education develops all capacities of human beings: intellectual, aesthetics, social, physical, emotional, and moral in an integrated manner. So, this is what I would like to say what it means by a holistic education. Now, what do we do towards going towards a holistic education? As a crucial step to lead India into the 21st century and the fourth industrial revolution, multidisciplinary education is central. Even engineering schools such as IITs will move towards more holistic, multidisciplinary education. One can see this already in some of the IITs with more arts and humanities, while arts and humanities students will learn to more science. This is the other part of it, while all will try to make an effort to incorporate more vocational subjects and soft skill. Mind you, the vocational subjects and soft skill is not an isolated field of study. It will be integral to an overall holistic educational strategy that the policy has. And you can really look at it. So this I think is a very important change from the present concept of skills and vocational development. India's rich legacy in the arts as well as in sciences and beyond will significantly help in making the move towards such an education an easy and natural transition. Now, so for those who are interested a little bit more in the details of what it means in terms of translating it into an educational system, first, of course, the liberal education with broad multidisciplinary exposure, imaginative and flexible curricular structures, creative combinations of disciplines of study, multiple exit and entry points. You can get in at any point and get out at any point. This is something that doesn't exist. If you get out of an education and then you're doomed for the rest of the time, so far as the education is concerned, these have been very carefully assessed with respect to how do we want to overcome this. Masters and doctoral education will provide research-based specializations. 3 to 4 year undergraduate degree is what we are recommended with multiple exit options. 4 year program will be a Bachelor of Liberal Arts or Education. You have got a foundational aspect of a liberal education and you build up the majors and minors. And then you can have the 3 year program, which is a bachelor's degree. Both that 3 year and 4 year program will lead to honors with research. Exit will be with the 2 year can be a diploma. Exit at the end of the 1 year can be a diploma or a certificate. So you can see that there is a high level of flexibility in respect of the undergraduate education. Liberal education is a foundational part of it, and there is enough provision for living, exiting, or entry at different points in the 4 year program, and with a from real regular BSc or a BA or other kinds of things with the appropriate foundational aspect of a regular. And similarly, the max flexible master's degree program becomes a natural extension of this. Now, the other part that I would like to say is about the research. Since I don't have time to talk about everything, I'm only talking about the undergraduate education with respect to liberal education. And the other is to catalyze quality academic research in fields through national research activity. A robust ecosystem of research is today more relevant than ever in the context of climate change, population dynamics, biotechnology, expanding the digital marketplace, the rise of machine learning, and artificial intelligence. And of course, you have seen for yourself in the COVID times what it means to be strong in research area with respect to the various aspects of medical sciences that we have to address. I want to say the importance of this research, the research part of it, only through one example that is in Europe. The research and innovation accounted for 15% of all productivity gains between 2000 and 2013. And that an annual increase of 0.2% of GDP, mind you, you increase the GDP by 0.2% annually for R&D investment, they result in an annual increase of 1.1% in the GDP, a five-fold increase. This is the kind of economic impact if you have a properly orchestrated research program for a country. India's present RI investment is about 0.7%. This is 2013, maybe a little 0.8, 0.7, 0.8. It fluctuates. Needs to be compared with the corresponding figures. It could be 2.1% for China, 2.8% for US, 4.3% for Israel, over 4.2% for South Korea. Most of them are at least 3 times the proportion of GDP when you compare it with India. This low level of investment has meant that the number of researchers in India per lakh is for the population is about 15. This is related to 111 in China or 423 in US or 825 in Israel. Other attendant impacts, of course, I don't have to emphasize to this erudite audience, include low levels of patent application and scientific publication. So what we have recommended through the policy is to create what you call as a national research foundation, a strong emphasis on catalyzing and energizing research and innovation across the country in all academic disciplines, with particular focus on university systems and colleges. A fund to seed research in all universities and colleges so that the synergies between research and quality education can be leveraged maximally. The NRF, as you call the National Research Foundation, will fund research across all disciplines, significantly expand research and innovation at all universities and colleges, including private institutions. I want to emphasize this, that the policy doesn't make distinction between the private and public. The question is the quality and the ability to deliver the goods. It will have four major divisions to start with: sciences, technology, social sciences, and humanities, with provision to create more. Therefore, the scope of this will be funding research through a competitive peer-reviewed processes, building research capacity at academic institutions. This is something that is extremely critical, very challenging across the country. And I don't think that actually this is one of the things that comes to my mind when it comes to address the Northeast, because we need to really push the research component in the Northeast, maybe through this NRF and other means that the government is thinking. But I'm sure this is one thing that can benefit the institutions in the Northeast, and also creating more activities in the area of research and doing fundamental research, applied research, and translational research, and industrial research, and so on and so forth. Creating beneficial linkages, therefore, is one of the important aspects of this particular policy. Researchers, government, and industry has to have this nexus. And finally, disseminating research through seminars and other kinds of things. I come to the last point in my talk today, which is the integration of the vocational education, because this is something which everybody is now talking. Vocational education is an integral part of all in this particular policy has identified vocational education as an integral part of all the education, which means we want to make sure that we even put a target that vocational education together with others will be at least 50% of the all learners by 2025. That is what the policy envisages. Vocational education to become an integral part of the larger vision of liberal education. As I mentioned about liberal education, to be integrated into all educational institutions in a phased manner over the next decade. Educational institutions will have to learn to collaborate with ITIs. There is an existing set of institutions, polytechnics, local industries and businesses, farms, hospitals, NGOs, and other such facilities where students can derive practical skills. Training to build vocational education program based on local needs. This is one aspect of it. National Committee for Integration of Educational Education to oversee this. This is to be really given a direction. It is still not to be developed in the final shape. So there is support to be an activity with respect to integrating the existing system and see how it evolves into a national program at all levels of education. And finally, the framework, the national skill qualification framework will be detailed further for each of the discipline. This need to be done. About 100 or so have been identified, I understand. And integrating vocational education will teach appreciation of learning by doing and working with hands. It will help. And therefore, we have introduced it in school, undergraduate education, and also in educational institutions to create research and related programs for the vocational education. I conclude by saying something on the lifelong education, which is the provision of regular upgradation of knowledge. Is going to be a dynamic society. Knowledge has to be varying, and the students, as Farid Zakaria of CNN says, hop, step, and jump will be the way in which the jobs will have to be now dealt with. So you need to have a lifelong education. Technology induction, much has come out of the technology because of the COVID. You know that very more recently with respect to how the education has been influenced by several aspects of the through the on the several aspects of education, online learning and things of that kind. Industry 4, short-term courses in many other topical subjects such as artificial intelligence. We need to have short-term courses here, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analytics, and so on. So this is in a nutshell some of the elements with particular emphasis on liberal education, National Research Foundation for enhancing the research capability, and vocational education to be creating a new look and new direction with respect to the education, how it is imparted at different levels of the national normal education, and elements like technology and industrial interfaces. How do we try to bring into the education? So with this, I would like to once again thank the organizers, and Reena Guha here, as I see her, and would like to wish the meeting the best of success and deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Kasturi Rangan. And you rightly pointed out about many things in this short time. But the things what you have done, you have taken the journey from the undergraduate education, emphasize the liberal arts education, moving to higher education in the postgraduate level, and a lot of emphasis on the research. and this constitution of this NRF, how it's going to change the perspective also. So better understanding of this cross-disciplinary domains of knowledge is something which you are always trying to emphasize, important how education can lead and not follow, and it should equip us for the future. You have given the emphasis on the understanding of what we actually mean by vocational education, and that vocational education, the way we nurtured it, has to be completely changed, and we have to look at it from a completely different angle. So if education has to keep help usher in tomorrow, it cannot be afraid of change, and we have to accept that. Thank you very much for your excellent deliberations, which encouraged us in a very big way. Thank you. Raina. Over to Raina.
Thank you so much, Professor Chattopadhyay. Thank you, Dr. Kasturi Rangan, for your very, very invaluable deliberations as a keynote speaker in our inaugural session. I would now welcome Professor Anil Dattaraya Shastrabuddhe. Professor Shastrabuddhe, an introduction is not enough for him, but I would still say Professor Shastrabuddhe, a professor of mechanical engineering at Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, joined All India Council for Technical Education, AICTE, as chairman in the year 2015. Professor Anil D. Shastrabuddhe, in his illustrious career of 31 years, held several important academic, research, and administrative positions. Professor Shastrabuddhe is presently working as chairman and expert member on various national level committees. Some of these include Chairman, Basic Scientific Research BSR, Empowered Committee of UGC, Swayam Board, Chairman BOG of NIT Itanagar. As a member fellow, he is actively involved in the activities of many professional bodies, societies such as ISTE, ASME, ASEE, ASI, IET, Institute of Engineers. We welcome you here, Professor Shastrabuddhe, to please address the audience. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Raina Guha. You have been always after us to be part of this ICC third seminar now, or webinar, whatever we call it, because we are not physically meeting. Most respected Professor Kasturi Ranganji, who has been the architect of the new education policy, which is about to be released. I don't know. We have been waiting in the wings for quite some time. We have put in hard work for about 3 years. This has been being the talk of the entire academic circles, because the previous policy came back way back in 1986. There have been 34 long years. The first one being in 1968, then 86, and 34 long years is too long a period. But most importantly, I think I would like to mention you that in 1968 or 86, although technology had evolved, Industry 3.0 existed. This Industry 4.0 and the Education 4.0, which we are all talking about, has many repercussions, sweeping changes that are required in our way of life, the way we are going to deal with. In the pandemic, we realized that, and despite the closure of all the educational institutions, the education or the learning, Dr. Kasturi Ranganji rightly had pointed out that lifelong learning, I think that learning should never stop. And because of the use of technology, online education was available. Wherever there was internet connectivity, people would never had felt that there is any stoppage of the education itself. I think that's why in the post-COVID era, there will be a lot of changes that are required in the entire educational processes themselves. But that apart, the transition was already happening for the last 1 decade. And the essence of all of that was captured by Dr. Kasturi Ranganji and his entire team. And this policy, which we have already deliberated many times, it has been discussed in the parliament by the parliamentary committee. There are different stakeholders. Now we are waiting for the actual food to be served to us on our plate, and then we start implementing it. Having said that, the other members who are there on the panel, Dr. Pradeep Agarwal, Dr. Raj Kumar, Dr. Rajiv Kumar, Dr. Nita Dabir, and Dr. Leena Wadia. I think all of them have put in their excellent work. And Professor Chattopadhyay, you have done a splendid job of linking the industry and the educational institution. Uh, Chairman of the drafting committee, Dr. Kasturi Rangan, talked about our Prime Minister talking about the Northeast as Ashtalakshmi. But when I joined Northeast Regional Institute of Science and Technology way back in 1986, when the old policy was just released, I remember that time. That time, this was the remotest only technical institution in the country. IIT was not there. NIT Silchar, then called REC Silchar, was there at one point. But this was the remotest place in India which had this technical institution set up. And all of that flexibility, Professor Kasturi Rangan, whatever he talked about, existed in that institute way back in 86. I think very interestingly, students join at class 10. There is a certificate program of 2 years. You can quit. You can come back anytime for a diploma program of 2 years. Again, you can quit and come back anytime for your graduate program for a BTech. And similarly for masters. I think that seed was already sown way back in 86, but we never took it forward. I think this policy, where the policy enunciation is there, will take to places, and I'm sure that we will be able to start doing it. And my other experience in College of Engineering Pune, Dr. Leena Wadia is aware, all of that 64 kalas which you talked about, sir. If not 64, I remember there were 32 clubs in that college, College of Engineering in Pune. Which is the second oldest engineering school in the country, where Vishwesvaraya studied at one time in 1881. And I was lucky to be director there under the chairman of Board of Governors being Dr. F.C. Kohli, another Bhishma Pitamaha in IT industry. I think under his guidance, whatever transformation we could bring about is those 64 kalas you talked about. Maybe they were all not there, but at least 32 of them I could see from my own eyes, and how students' learning continuously transforms and how they will become holistic engineers, holistic managers, holistic leaders. I think that was visible to me all the 9 years that I spent there. And fortunately, having gone through all of that, when I came to Delhi as chairman AICT, naturally all the learnings, whether of Northeastern Regional Institute of Science and Technology, which was having the vocational platforms, and then the IIT Guwahati, the sixth of the series. And after 5 IITs being in place for about 45 years, the new IIT, when it was born, the teething troubles, or we call it as the labor pains, how an institution has to be set up and grown, that also was visible. And post all of that, the learning has been put in place. And many of the features of the new education policy are in some way or the other already being practiced by AICT for the 3 years. For the benefit of the audience, because the policy is already being talked about, and Kasturi Ranganji has already narrated. So I will see how it can be certainly implemented. See, the implementation part is what we were always missing. For example, autonomy. We have been talking about autonomy since independence, that all institutions should be autonomous. As late as in 2005, the AICT review committee headed by Mr. Kao, the former secretary of HRD, mentioned that in the whole world, only there are 4 countries who practice or this affiliation system of education. That is India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. Otherwise, the whole world is away from that. I think we need to transform. So the flexibility, the autonomy, which you talked about, regulation, which has to be tight, light, or light but tight. You know, very interestingly, you have worded it so nicely. I think that also is practiced during COVID-19 times. I will come back if there is a time available for that. But nevertheless, starting from, I think most important thing is education is a continuum. I think we are artificially divided at say, school education up to 7, then high school up to 10, then higher secondary 12, then graduation 3 years or 4 years, depending on which of the type of programs they are, then masters of normally 2 years, PhD 3-4 years. I think we have divided them. Actually, the education is a continuum. Actually, right from the home, at family, mother will start teaching small bits of things to parents, to the nursery, KG, and then gradually school and high school. But there is a continuous movement this happens, which is a continuum. And in our engineering mechanics, we have this continuing mechanics, and we often, to solve the problem, we discretize that using finite element method or finite difference method and so on. And then we again combine them together. So I think the education is also almost similar. So we divide it for our convenience, that a child has to go from one place to the other place. But your system of talking about 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4, those 12 becoming 15 is very, very significant, sir. And I have my own experience with my own family members, children, and relatives, that three language formula, which many times people immediately react. I think at the age of, say, from about 3 to 10 or 12, you teach them any number of languages, kids will learn it. And the only methodology to be adopted has to be right methodology. If you ask them start writing the script and read and write, I think they will be pissed off actually. So what is needed is you tell them stories in different languages, and they will immediately capture the language. They will learn new words. Then they will get interest in 2, 3 languages, and they will learn them actually. So I think the way learning of languages also should happen should be also one of the important things which we need to do. Sir, we talk about 21st century skills, connecting the vocational and the skill education with the generic education, which is very, very important. A person who has gone into a skill education or vocational education, at some point in time, he gets interested in mathematics and innovation and research. We say that, no, you have not done your formal BTech, you cannot come to MTech. I think this is ridiculous. And similarly, someone who has entered into engineering, maybe he has done BE or BTech, and he finds that he's not so good in math and the articulation of that, and he would like to be hands-on and go to a workshop and do more on vocation or skill. I think this transformation or change is very, very significant. Flexibility is very important. This policy has enunciated that. And in some way, this NEVQF earlier and then NSQF already has these elements. Unfortunately, we have to get across to our vice chancellors, our senates and syndicates, and the academic councils of different organizations, the state governments, that this is what is the future. I think we need to understand that. And if you communicate that very strongly and powerfully, and many of the skill universities which have come, many of the technical universities have come, I think they are in a way distortion, in my opinion, as rightly pointed out by you. We need a multifaceted, multidisciplinary universities where you have liberal arts, we have humanities and social sciences, you have physics, chemistry, math, you have engineering and technology, you have pharmacy and law, you have medicine. I think all of that under one umbrella, thereby student will get a holistic view. I'll just give you some example, like example of some IIT, like I taught in IIT Guwahati, but IIT Bombay, Kanpur, I have seen many other IITs, and IISc Bangalore, where I did my master's and PhD. In our casual talk, in the canteen, a student of biotechnology or molecular biophysics unit and a mechanical engineer like me, when we discuss, I think we understand how these are connected with each other. As you said, physics and engineering, so important. Biology, nature and engineering, so important. I think unless a holistic university is there, I don't think we will be in a position to go into the 21st century and beyond. And therefore, the policy has come at the absolutely right time. And all the elements that we were looking for are already there. And what I started saying is most elements are there in AICT is curriculum revision as an annual process, not that it will be done once in a decade. Then having changed the curriculum, faculty need to be trained, and intensive Atal Academy faculty development programs. Now online it is going on, otherwise we were doing in face-to-face form. Then student induction program of long 3 weeks duration. I think people laughed at us that first 3 weeks of the freshman year, we used to have only 1 day orientation program. Why is this AICT doing 3-week induction program? I think the students who come in our colleges come from all kind of background. In their class 12, some of them in local medium with Marathi, Kannada, Telugu, Bengali, Assamese and all that, and some others from English medium. Some come from rich and some come from poor families. Some come from cities and some come from rural and tribal areas. I think that emotional integration, psychological integration, and also social integration, I think is very, very important. And these 3 weeks will put the seeds into their minds that someone from a tribal area or a scheduled caste, dominated area from a very poor family knows something which a rich fellow does not know. And a person who knows English is someone who does not know this, and vice versa. I think this creation is very, very important. Our induction program has been a very, very successful one in terms of changing the mindset of faculty, the students, and the 4 years are absolutely smooth in that organization because they start owning the institute. That ownership is important. Otherwise, there are strikes in the universities and colleges which will all get dissolved. And then coming to the innovation you talked about. MHRD's innovation cell is already working. We have Smart India hackathons. A lot of problems of even, sir, ISRO, DRDO, Agriculture Ministry, the Ministry of IT, Ministry of Ayush, they have been solved by young third year, second year engineering college students. So there's a lot of talent, there's a lot of innovation spirit that is there lying in our students. We never explored that. We never experimented that. We never allowed them to perform. Anytime if a student comes out with some brilliant idea, the principal or HOD will say, first you complete your course. First you score good marks, then you will get good job. Why are you doing this? So I think we have to move away from that. And not only innovation, how do we make our students entrepreneurs through the startup mechanism is all what our innovation cell is doing. We have made mandatory internship that every student at least one semester should go to the industry to learn actual practices, thereby not only his employability enhances, but he can also become an entrepreneur, provided he looks at it very closely using his five senses. I think use of five senses is also very important. Many times we don't use that. I think whether it is faculty or student, we need to encourage them to make use of these senses. We have another program which is very important, which is examination reform, sir. Sir, we all know that right from KG to PG, if you look at our question papers from our schools to universities to any higher education, except of course probably PhD program, where of course everyone has to have his own research problem. Our problems in the examination are all related with rote learning. So it is all memory based. So in our examination reforms, we have advocated that only 30% questions can be based on memory, which is also important because we have to remember certain things, not everything on Google or calculator, but at the same time, 70% of the questions have to be on higher levels of learning in Bloom's taxonomy, whether it is understanding of the subject, application, synthesis, data analytics, innovation, and creativity. If you have such question papers, today's gold medalists probably will become 60% marks holder, and some of the last benchers will become the gold medalists. I think that is a possible thing which will happen provided when we introduce thoroughly these examination reforms. We have been training faculty in all these fronts, sir. And then last but not the least, new technologies which are emerging. Very, very important because tomorrow's world is going to be linked with the ancient past. And that's why our old culture, ancient knowledge, ancient wisdom is also important on one side where those 64 kalas were there. And therefore, MHRD has also set up what is known as Indian knowledge systems, Bharatiya Dhyana Parampara. So our paramparas had many facets which the modern education sometimes belittles. I think there is some strength in our scriptures, Vedas and Upanishads, that knowledge in a distilled form, how it can become relevant to today and how further research can be done beyond to 21st century is also very significant and important, which is also being done on one side. And on the other side, whether it is AI, IoT, machine learning, deep learning, robotics, 3D printing, all of this cloud computing, cyber security, of these technologies, and each one of these technology domain areas should know about biology, nature, and environment so that we develop those technologies which are sustainable, and sustainable development goals enunciated by UN are also to be practiced. I think this is where I have spoken too much about, sir, in front of you. I think I'm a very small man, but still I'm trying to tell what I felt passionately about my own experiences and how we can go about in really improving the situation and making our country truly Atmanirbhar, starting from individuals becoming Atmanirbhar. Every individual, when he becomes Atmanirbhar, nation automatically becomes Atmanirbhar. I think with this, I conclude and stop here. And if there are any questions later, we will be able to answer them. Dhanyavad, namaskar, sir.
Thank you, Professor Sahasrabudhe. And it's really, you pointed out certain things which are very, very important for all of us. And the need for this post-COVID era changes in NEP, the National Education Policy. And you correctly mentioned that after 1986, we still are waiting for this new education policy. Though under your leadership, the AICT already started and implementing many of the suggestions which are already there in NEP and in a very successful manner. You very correctly mentioned that we have to look education as a continuum, and thereby you mentioned about that how we have to go from one stage to the other stage, and starting from mother as a teacher to nature as a teacher to the lifelong teaching, everything is becoming very, very important. You also given your very important comments on the vocational combination of the vocational with the skill and general education. And there are a lot of fallacies over here which should be resolved and which should be addressed also. So that is also tackling with another thing which we know as that curricular revision, which should be looked upon as a dynamic one as you are practicing the annual one. Now, uh, uh, personally, I can tell you your students induction program is something which is completely different and completely given us a fresh idea, fresh air. And when we started practicing it from the last year, it really has a lot of good impact on us. With respect to the advances in the new technologies and others, you also mentioned about the different examination reform system which should be practiced. You correctly pointed out that how the 100% totally memory-based one to be shifted to the 30% memory-based one, and that will completely change this whole assessment system itself. And at the end, when you this linking between this, our very, very the past and the ancient past, ancient wisdom with the modern education will definitely help us to bring a new light for our future generation. Thank you very much for all your comments, and namaskar, sir. Raina?
Thank you so much, Professor Shastabuddi. Once again, it's been an honor and pleasure to have you address on a forum of ICC to the audience. Thank you. I would now like to welcome Professor Dr. C. Rajkumar to give his deliberations. Professor Rajkumar, a Rhodes Scholar, is the founding Vice Chancellor of O.P. Jindal Global University in India, JGU, as it's commonly known as. He was appointed as the VC at the age of 34 in 2009 when the university was established. Jindal Global University is one of only 20 universities in India and the only non-STEM university which has been declared as an institution of eminence by the Government of India. Over to you, Professor Dr. C. Rajkumar, please.
Thank you very much, Raina. Very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank the Globalized Education Forum for inviting me to be part of this very important workshop on discussing a number of issues related to higher education with a sharper focus on East and Northeast. I would like to thank and indeed appreciate the distinguished presence of Dr. Kasturi Rangan, who has been a source of inspiration for many generations of academics and scholars and institution builders for his extraordinary contribution and continuing contribution to institution building for nation building. I also want to recognize the presence of Professor Anil Sahasrabuddi for chairman of the AICTE, for his generosity and his enlightened vision when it comes to regulatory reforms and the kind of work that he has been continuing with regard to creating new opportunities for institutions that are seeking excellence. I also want to thank the presence of Professor Chattopadhyay, Mr. Rajiv Kumar, and of course, Mr. Pradeep Agrawal for their contributions. Since the time is short, I will quickly move into the framework of what I want to talk to all of us here today. The National Education Policy, I believe, is a landmark step in relation to reimagining the future of Indian higher education. Very rarely a document that has been prepared with this type of effort has, to a large extent captured the future of India's potential to create an institutions of global excellence. So I will quickly like to summarize what I believe the 10 critical components of the national education policy, and particularly connect that to the implementation framework. And then I want to bring 5 aspects of reform that we need to introduce in the current context that will help east and northeast part of India to become a global hub of higher education. I will keep that within the 20 minutes allotted to me. So first is that the NEP envisages the vision of a world-class higher education system. I strongly believe that this is one of the best things that the NEP decided, because of the fact that we need to develop aspirations for building institutions of global excellence. Many things that the NEP has envisaged has begun to be implemented in the last couple of years. Several aspects of that world-class higher education system was reflected in the policy that created the institutes of eminence. And there are many other elements that are being integrated into several aspects of what the UGC and the MHRD and the AICT and other institutions are doing. So first is that. Second is that there has been a very unfortunate development in India for a very long time, where disproportionate emphasis on the study of STEM disciplines and medicine has been emphasized. I'm originally from a place called Kanyakumari, and I'm born and brought up in Chennai. And I grew up in a situation where most of my cousins would aspire to become doctors and engineers. And if you don't become a doctor or an engineer, you pretty much are not fit for anything else. The entire gamut of liberal arts, humanities, social sciences, including professional education such as law and architecture, were simply not expected to be pursued by serious students. And that continued for a long time, and even we see the vestiges of it even today. The NEP's attempt to reimagine a liberal, multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary education, challenging the status quo and seeking new reforms in promoting a new vision for higher education, is most desirable, and I'm very happy that NEP did that. The third, which I think is one of the unfortunate bane of India, the regulatory reforms that need to be reimagined. In NEP talks about it, and talks about it quite candidly. In fact, one of the things that NEP talks about is also to remove many forms of distinctions and discrimination with regard to private institutions. And the role of private sector has been more strongly recognized within the NEP. Now, this actually is a very important aspect, and I want to spend a minute more on that, is that one of the unfortunate tragedies of the evolution of Indian higher education is that there is absolute all-pervasive distrust that prevails in the higher education system. The regulatory bodies distrust institutions, the institutions distrust regulatory bodies, and the institutions equally distrust government organizations beyond the regulatory bodies. And regulatory bodies strangely perform all kinds of roles in India, both in terms of funding, in terms of recognitions, and even regulation and approvals, all of that. It's quite rare, and I don't know of any framework in the world where the regulatory bodies are entrusted with all these things put together. And of course, equally important is the fact that the distrust that I talked about earlier has created high levels of corruption and nepotism and malgovernance in the regulatory architecture, all of which need to be reformed. And that's why this is very critical. And I also want to add that the role of the private sector is going to be central for the future. I want all of us to know that today, more than ever, 70% of students in India are studying in private higher education institutions, including the large number of colleges and, of course, the universities across the country. And 70% of institutions in India are also private higher education institutions. Never before in the history of India, a tectonic shift of this magnitude has happened, in which the private sector is dominating both with regard to student numbers and institutions. And here, of course, I include the private colleges as well. Now, because of this, and I'm not saying it's a good thing, government to a large extent has abdicated its responsibility when it comes to funding the need for promoting public institutions, and we need to do some reforms there. But this shift of a larger role of private sector, which I believe is going to exist, is that we need to take the private sector more seriously, and we need to move towards building greater trust and engagement with the private sector. The fourth is something which we all know. There is a lot of talk in the NEP about expansion, access, equity, inclusion, excellence. Now, it's a very big challenge. Very rarely quality and quantity go together. Whenever we have seen expansion of education sector anywhere, rarely quality is able to be promoted. And the reason why, Harvards and Yales and Stanfords and Oxfords and Cambridge are what it is because of the selectivity involved in it. I had the privilege to have 2 master's degrees, one from Oxford University, another from Harvard University, and a PhD from the University of Hong Kong. And all these institutions, one of the things that I notice is that there is a lot of selectivity when it comes to intake and admissions, and they pride in that fact. So when we have expansion at all levels, we need to be mindful of quality, and the NEP captures that as well. The fifth is research ought to become more central to the higher education imagination. I mean, we can, one of the things that we have recognized more recently, and no less than the Prime Minister, the HRD Minister, and almost all UGC, AICT, and every committee, including Dr. Kasturi Rangan, all of them have recognized that we have a problem in India. The problem is that we simply cannot compete with the world when we don't have a strong and a robust research ecosystem. We have to recognize that world-class universities are built around the idea of substantive, rigorous research leading to publications, independent scholars working with financial and other forms of support, including autonomy and freedom and independence, which will ultimately enable them to advance their research agenda. So research becomes so central. In fact, we keep lamenting about the fact that not a single Indian university is among the top 100 in the QS World Rankings, the Times Higher Education World Rankings, as well as the Academic Review of World Rankings, which is the Shanghai Jiatong Rankings. The 3 of them are being recognized by the Government of India in the Institute of Eminence Gazette notification. Now, the point is, unless and until we reimagine the research ecosystem, we simply cannot advance that. And that is something the NEP talks about it as well. The sixth aspect of what the NEP has created some aspiration is that we need to focus on faculty mentoring, faculty recruitment, faculty retention, faculty development, and also celebrating faculty achievements through a number of incentives. The most important aspect of a university, a higher education institution, a college is its faculty. It's not the buildings, it's not the infrastructure, it's not anything and everything that we do. And I must say, the most neglected aspect of Indian higher education system happens to be the faculty. In fact, in the last 11 years since I moved to India, I have given over 10,000 talks across India in schools and colleges and universities. And most of the time, I ask a question to the young people whom I talk to: how many of you would like to become a teacher, would like to become a professor? Regardless of whichever state I go, all the way from Kanyakumari to Nagaland, to pretty much every state of India, every college, school, university I go to, I ask this question. And I have always been saddened by the fact that less than 1% of the young people raise their hands seeking an aspiration to become a teacher, to become a professor. So I want to make a controversial observation here. And that is and I'm making it with a full sense of responsibility. The reality today is that even the second best of Indian high school students, college graduates, are not aspiring to become an academic. The universities in India and the colleges, to a large extent, mediocrity has been institutionalized because the best and the brightest of young people today, and ask yourself, your own sons and daughters, all of us who are being part of this workshop, how many of our bright young people are aspiring to become a teacher, to become a professor, to aspire to work at a university? There are numerous careers they aspire to. They aspire to become part of the government, including civil services. They may aspire to become a scientist. They, of course, aspire to join the private sector and a whole range of things, but rarely the best of our students. And in that process, we have unfortunately created a lot of mediocrity that is deeply embedded in our higher education sector. And that's also what NEP talks about. The seventh is governance and leadership. The most important aspect of our higher education system. Our university system, our college system, our higher education system is over-regulated and under-governed. And that means that we have not paid attention to the ability to govern our institution. There is absolute chaos in every aspect of our governance, and that is visible today. For example, when we have 25 plus regulatory bodies regulating different aspects of higher education, including sectoral regulation, subject-based regulation, state regulation, central regulation, independent councils that are regulating aspect of higher education, as if that was not enough. More recently, the High Courts of India, the Supreme Court of India, all of them have joined to regulate. In fact, there is no aspect of higher education which is today not regulated by our courts. And as a lawyer and as a law professor, I am saddened by the fact that we have in many ways misunderstood the entire regulatory architecture in which courts have begun to determine what universities ought to be doing. So all of that does not augur well for the future of higher education, and we need to focus on that. We, of course, need to recognize the importance of leadership, and to what extent leadership in all forms and manifestations will shape the future of higher education. The national education policy talks about it as well. The eighth is something which many of us have talked about it. Dr. Sachabuddhe did refer to it: institutional autonomy in funding, curriculum development, student admissions, faculty recruitment. In all these elements, different types of challenges prevail in public institutions and private institutions. And also it gets complicated within the state public institutions and central institutions as well. So we need to focus on infusing a lot of autonomy. And with all autonomy and freedom comes responsibility and accountability. We need to articulate that framework of autonomy. It's not enough to say that we need to make our institutions autonomous. I don't have time to go deep into it, but that's an important area. That's the eighth aspect of it. The ninth is significant impetus in funding. This is an area, probably the most important area. Nobody wants to talk about it. We really need to dramatically increase the GDP investment in higher education. And we have been talking about it for years together. This entire national education policy, I am sorry and afraid, will simply be a paper tiger if we don't infuse significant resources in relation to funding. In fact, I want to draw your attention to a very important report that was published in the year 2012. I'm sure all of you know the then Planning Commission set up a committee under the chairmanship of Mr. Narayana Murthy, the founder, chairman of Infosys. And this committee did quite extraordinary. Actually, the focus of the report was the role of the corporate sector, private sector in higher education. And it had educationists and government representatives and, of course, private sector and regulators and all of them that produced a report. And it talked about several things. It talked about infusion of capital. It talked about the need for creating a 300% tax incentives for private sector contribution, including philanthropic contribution into higher education. It actually talked about the availability of free land by the government for 9,999 years of lease. It actually envisaged a reimagination of higher education through a larger role of private sector, but that larger role of private sector was based upon the private sector making its contribution to higher education in a not-for-profit philanthropic model, and not on the basis of creating mediocre, dubious, fly-by-night and poorly evolved private institutions. Of course, that report didn't see the light of the day, and there's several aspects of that report. In fact, some of them actually resonate in a new avatar in the national education policy, quite rightly so. And we need to recognize that funding is so critical. You simply cannot. The first line of the national education policies, paragraph talks about building world-class higher education. You cannot build world-class higher education system without, significant resources. Of course, the resources need not be what the Western world expects, but it definitely needs significant resources. And the 10th aspect is what I've called internationalization, digitization, and online education. In fact, the pre-pandemic, the report didn't focus a bit on online education. But we could have a larger imagination for it. And here we should focus on blended learning, but we need to focus on internationalization in a big way. And there also there is a lot of regulatory restrictions with regard to internationalization, and we need to open up. We need to trust the institutions. We need to trust our colleges. We need to trust our universities. We need to trust our IITs. We need to trust our IIMs to take the right decisions in the best interest of the institution. So internationalization, digitization, and online education is so critical. I have 3.5 minutes left, so I'm going to quickly talk about the 5 things that I believe needs to be the future when it comes to East and Northeast. I strongly believe that there has been a hierarchical, a discriminatory national educational imagination that has evolved since our independence. A lot of our institutions, to a large extent, may not be deliberate, has not recognized the role of East and Northeast India when it comes to creating world-class institutions. The South and of course the North and the central part of India, and to some extent the West, has actually benefited quite disproportionately when it comes to institutional imaginations. And it's not just about creating institutions, but also creating the ecosystem that is needed so that these institutions are successful. So we need a stronger and a more substantive and a robust focus on East and Northeast, and we need to create higher education corridors for making India a global hub of higher education, building and harnessing the extraordinary intellectual and other forms of potential that exist in the East and the Northeast part of India. The second is that we need to create several special education zones in all states. I have always believed that the future of Make in India is actually about building institutions. It's about educate in India, study in India, stay in India. In fact, 3 months ago, I wrote an article on this subject, and I'm very happy to see that MHRD is focusing on this aspect of stay in India and study in India. But we need to create the new SEZs, or not the special economic zones. It should be the special education zones across all states of East and Northeast India. We need to invest in higher education. We need to use the demographic dividend, the fact that India has 850 million people who are less than 35 years of age, the fact that most of the Western world and Eastern will become older and India will be younger and will be younger for a longer time. The fact that our life expectancy has increased to 72 means we have a lot of young people who need to be educated, and these new generation SEZs, the special education zones, will play a leadership role across all these states. Third, significant impetus to private sector with emphasis on quality education, excellence, and access. It's important that government, despite all its good intentions, does not have the money, and more importantly, probably does not want to prioritize higher education, quite understandably. We need to reimagine the role of the private sector. And that's my fourth point, not the PPP model in higher education that does not work. We need to focus on a private sector led and a public sector supported model which should be based upon 5 principles: trust, freedom, autonomy, excellence, and inclusion. 5 principles of the new private sector led and public sector supported creation of institutions. And that is based upon trust, freedom, autonomy, excellence, and inclusion. And the last I would say is that we need to adopt several aspects of that Narayana Murthy Committee report, which includes tax benefits and financial infusion into higher education sector, not only with regard to the building of institutions, but also creating scholarships, fellowships, chair professorships, research corridors. The National Research Foundation that we have talked about requires significant resources. And in fact, we need to draw upon the American imagination of higher education, where not only private universities benefit from private sector and philanthropy, public institutions, including, for example, University of California, Berkeley, a large amount of resources for public universities in the United States come through the private sector, including corporation, business enterprises, donors, philanthropists, and all of that. So I want to end by saying that the new and the national education policy has enormous potential for us to create a new imagination for higher education. But we need to be mindful that reports end up being written by absolutely fantastic and inspiring individuals such as Dr. Kasturi Rangan. Then, unfortunately, many reports get ignored, partially implemented, even undermined at some levels, and we rarely see reform. This is India's moment for us to take on board this report and work towards implementing it, in which the East and the Northeast should play a very significant role. Thank you very much for your, for this opportunity to be part of this colloquium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Rajkumar. Being a Rhodes Scholar, you very nicely pointed out the very important features, and which is going to be very important for this third GEF forum. Now, you rightly mentioned about that NEP as a landmark step for creating the future of Indian potentials, and you one after another critically analyze the critical components, 10 critical components of this, and very nicely pointed out the different aspects of this in I actually like the comments. Specifically, you have mentioned about, it was mentioned by Professor Kasturi Rangan also, that removing the distinction between the private sector and the public sector, it is the quality which is going to determine. It is not that where from it is coming. And you mentioned also that at the end of led and public sector supportive one policy, this thing is going to have a very important effect. And your concept of ACP, the not the economic zone, SEZ, but it is an education zone for every state, is going to be very important. And correctly pointing out that what normally we could look at the mediocrity in institutions at different level. So how to fight with it and make us out of this particular mediocrity and make us that higher education should actually become one of the most aspect for the future Indian potentials, because it has got the largest population of 5 to 24 years of population, which are going to have next 50 to 60 years of their survival and contribute in shaping India. Thank you very much, and thanks a lot. So, namaskar. And so we are going to move on to our next speaker. And I really like to welcome our special guest, Sri Rajiv Kumar, the 1989 batch IPS officer. He is currently our Principal Secretary, Department of IT and Electronics, Government of West Bengal. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and to take out some time from you to address this forum. Over to Mr. Rajiv Kumar.
Thank you. Respected Professor Kasturi Rangan, respected professors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me confess, I have grown up memorizing Professor Kasturi Rangan's name as a part of the GK question. So it's a great honor and a privilege to be part of the same panel with him. Now, I think I am probably the only student on the panel. I'll bring the students' perspective in the sense that I can claim for record I am a registered PhD scholar at one of the IITs. So I'll give you the. It will be great to give you if you could listen to a student's perspective also. First, let me give you. Let me start with the ancient prayer, which normally the ancient when the religions were not very formalized, and the ancient man will go and look up sky and raise his hands and say, "Oh God, give me. I want strength. I want victory over all, but I want to be defeated by my children." That used to be his prayer, and that ancient prayer has stayed with us as parents. We want to do well, but we want our children to do better than us. And education basically prepares our children, our younger society to do better than us. That is what is the, and that was the essence of the ancient prayer which the ancient man did. And in India, I see parents caring so much about their children's education and all this. I think it comes from that prayer which I just said. Now, there we must understand what I was trying to the holistic education which Professor Kasturi Rangan talked about. Uh, the disconnect is because of why people are. Professor Rajkumar also said that people are only worried about STEM. They are not worried about other. That used to be the focus, and every bright child used to be pushed that you have to do STEM. You can't do humanities. You can't do law. You can't do this, which is atrocious. But the fact is, in India, we cannot ignore the correlation between the education and the employment. The parents' anxiety, the anxiety you must understand as professors and the policy makers of the education policy. The parents are anxious, and they're very anxious about the future of the children. And they're at that time, they're thinking about the employability of the children. They're guiding them in fields where they feel this boy or girl has more chances of success, which I can't blame them. I'm not trying to kind of say that they're trying to create an artificial thing which is not neither good for the child nor for the country, but it's out of their anxiety they are doing it. We need to address that. Till the time we address, we will not be able to bring the kind of research programs which we are thinking about. Now, if you see, there are a lot of people who are joining research programs after getting the employment because they were not very confident that they would be able to make some kind of good career or success or maybe livelihood if just only by joining research. That is what we need to address. We can't just camouflage that saying that we need to do research, we need to publish papers. Yes, publishing papers is good, which is good, but doing it for getting a job for this, that puts extra pressure, that doesn't bring quality. And in this word, as I said, like I would be willing to all my savings, I would be willing to go and enroll in a university just to soak in the environment, but maybe I was not courageous enough to do it and be at the time of when the career options were there. So we, as an educational, as a policy makers of and senior persons in educational hierarchy, you must understand you will have to factor in the anxieties of the parents and the anxiety of the students themselves in case if you want to really have a good uh, research program and and we want to create higher centers of excellence in higher learning. Now, if you ask the kind of, even in online courses, if we see the quality of videos or online courses which are coming from some of the MITs or the Oxford, and which are being created by NPTEL and all, let's be very frank. In a globalized society, the competition will come from everywhere else. The quality will determine. It will not determine whether it is being locally produced or whether it is being produced from across the border. The quality will determine. And the very fact Professor Rajkumar said about the funding, yes, the funding needs to be improved. But the negative point about the funding is the government funding somehow end up stifling private enterprise. They kind of give more options to the student who are more conservative. They go to the so it's a kind of in my view, funding is important, but what is important is private institutions, the private entrepreneurship is the one is the people who can really can really establish that these centers of excellence in higher education. And Oxford and Stanford's and Cornell, all these are privately funded universities. I think we can copy the good model. I would like to say that. I will just leave with a food for thought for the other panelists here. That one of the NDTV anchors has been taken as a associate professor at Harvard recently. Now, how many universities? I am not sure about the private universities, but the government-owned universities could have done that. Till the time we bring in a fresh, the way we copy the way the excellent universities are doing, or the top rated universities are doing, we will not be able to match them. And let me assure you, the students would go by the quality, not by what is near to them or near to their doorstep, which brings more listen. That would be my 2 pence, what should I say, as a student suggestions or whatever. And again, let me thank you very much for inviting me to such an august panel. It was such an honor and a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sri Rajiv Kumar. And it's from a completely different angle you put up this whole thing, that the emphasis on holistic education versus the psych and students as a present era, how we are going to manage these two together and get into this. I'm sure that in the 3 more panels, this issue, but I'm really thankful to you for putting this up, because this is a reality, and that reality, how actually our policymakers as educationists, how we will look after it, look at it, and how we should actually get this thing straightened up is very important. So thank you for actually and food for thought for the whole third GEF. And I'm sure the rest of the panels are going to help us. And I have seen that Dr. Pankaj Mittal ji, our Dinesh Singh ji, Dr. Jai Prakash, all of them are here, and we are going to have a really very fruitful discussions on this. Thank you, Mr. Rajiv Kumar. So
Professor Chattopadhyay, I'm so sorry, but we'll have to take some questions before we roll over to the next panel, because we have about 2-3 questions before Mr. Pradeep Agrawal also gives the vote of thanks.
Okay, so go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, I think we should take it, because we don't have too much of question. We have one particular gentleman who has posted question, and he would like us to take at least 2-3 questions of, I think we'll have room to take 2-3 at least of his. Professor D.K. Banwat. Professor Banwat is asking us a question with any possibility of joint PhD for bigger complex research projects necessitating holistic approach, which is what I have queries from 2 other people. So this is one query. If we can address this, please.
Who would you like to address?
Sir, it is not in person, anyone particular. Okay. So anyone is open to answer, please.
Yeah, no, sure. I mean, I think when we talk in terms of collaborations, we are looking at joint PhDs as well, both universities within India, but also universities abroad as well. This is actually, I mean, one of the things that has come about in regard to partnerships is that the regulatory framework should be in a position to take on board ideas of collaborations on the basis of the institution's decisions and not create any type of difficulties further. In fact, there are very many examples around the world in which different types of institutions have come together. One of the most successful programs in Europe is the Erasmus program, in which not one and two, but even three institutions, leading universities across Europe, partner together, and a student gets an opportunity to study in different institutions. So we need to bring that both within India, but also having Indian institutions collaborate on PhD programs internationally as well.
Thank you so much. We have a question from Ms. Prati Bhattacharya. Ms. Bhattacharya has to say, students of CBSE who have taken physical training, art and music are not accepted by Calcutta University. I think this question will have to be put forward to Professor Chattopadhyay. How do you partner school education with universities?
As all of you know, that we have certain things who are going to be eligible for which particular course, and these are the things which is going to be challenged when this new education policy will come, because there will be a number of things which are going to be modified. So till now, you cannot actually do any changes, but I'm sure that we have to change it.
So she has another
university. It's still not possible.
She has another question. She says, why are vocational subjects not offered from class 6? Students can be geared for polytechnic from a young age, as you talked about learning by doing.
Professor Shahasrabuddhe is here.
Professor Shahasrabuddhe? I can see him here. I think Professor Chattopadhyay, you can take the question.
Let me request Professor Rajkumar, because he mentioned about this particular thing.
Sure. Can you
repeat the question?
Raina, can you repeat the question for me?
Sure. Why are vocational subjects not offered from class 6? Students can be geared for polytechnic from a young age, as you talked about learning by doing, which is practicing.
Well, we have the next session coming up. Professor Dinesh Singh, our most inspiring former Vice Chancellor of Delhi University, has a lot to say on that, about learning by doing. I want to quickly say that one of the unfortunate things that we couldn't do in our evolution is that we've not given emphasis on vocational education, in particular community colleges. If you look at the experiences in the United States and even China, but also Germany and other parts, is that the pejorativeness that we have created when it comes to vocational education and community college type education has unfortunately affected and adversely impacted our education system. So I am absolutely in favor of building a robust education system in which there should be different exit points from different levels of education, but also different entry points into higher education. So one of the things about the gross enrollment ratio in the United States is that you can come into higher education after having pursued your community college education. So this is not a caste system where, the higher education system should not create different levels of pejorativeness and kind of adversely seeing some disciplines in some areas. So we have to definitely focus on vocational education community colleges. But my worry is if we don't do that with high emphasis on quality and excellence, we will once again may end up making the same mistake that we ended up doing when it comes to our higher education system as well.
Thank you so much, Professor Rajkumar. I think Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, we can close this session with your kind vote of thanks, please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Raina.
I would just like to introduce Mr. Agarwal. Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, our esteemed member of the ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training, is also the CEO of Heritage Group of Institution. Over to you, Mr. Agarwal.
Yeah, thank you, Raina. Good morning to all the distinguished panelists and dignitaries, and ladies and gentlemen. It's given me a great pleasure to deliver the closing remarks and formal vote of thanks at the end of this very engaging opening session of third Globalized Education Forum 2020, themed Integrated Education, New Education Policy Implementation in East and Northeast, organized by the Indian Chamber of Commerce. The opening session titled Realistic Action Plan for Effective Implementation of the Outline of the Recent Policy vis-a-vis Promoting Entrepreneurship could trigger meaningful discussions and deliberations by the erudite panelists on the current scenarios, opportunities, initiatives undertaken, innovation, research and development, and also the intrinsic issues and challenges pertaining to the implementation of the new education policy in the East and Northeast. I take this opportunity to convey my sincere gratitude to Dr. Krishna Swamy Kasturi Rangan, Chairman, Committee for Draft National Education Policy 2019, and former Chairman, ISRO, for his kind presence and excellent deliberations. I also thank Mr. Rajiv Kumar, IPS, Principal Secretary, Department of Information Technology and Electronics and E-Governance, Government of West Bengal, for his gracious presence and rich insights. A big thanks also goes to Professor Anil D. Sahasrabudhe, Chairman, AICT, Professor C. Rajkumar, former founding Vice Chancellor, O.P. Jindal, Global University, and Professor Dr. Dhruva Jyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University, for gracing the event. My heartfelt thanks goes to all the speakers in today's event in the upcoming sessions as well. I once again acknowledge the support of all concerned present here for making this event a grand success. With a rich cultural heritage and a strong education sector that has produced one of the finest academicians and entrepreneurs in the world despite its diversity, India is indeed a unique nation that sets the right platform for absorbing the benefits of education that is of global standards. The education system in India is expected to witness a massive upsurge thanks to the rolling out of the Draft National Education Policy 2019 that encompasses all the required ingredients that are necessary to make the Indian education system truly a global example. The conventional education has been producing mostly journalists through higher education over the years. Realizing this, Government of India has come up with the integrated education policy that propagates skill education development right from the primary stage to education, primary stage of education, thereby strengthening the agenda of National Skill Development Mission, as well as instilling a sentiments of entrepreneurship through innovation. The job at hand is the pan-India implementation of the same, with particular focus on the East and Northeast region of India that is characterized by huge diversity, multilingual and multicultural presence. I believe the roadmap sketched by the eminent panelists today in the inaugural session will be facilitative towards the same. In the end, I once thank all the dignitaries for their presence and meaningful deliberations. I hope the upcoming sessions will lay the foundation for integrated education system and assist stakeholders for creating potential opportunities for meeting grounds and building mutually benefiting partnerships. Stay online, stay connected, and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Raina, you need to unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, all of my opening session panelists, for being here, being a part of ICC, and sharing your views and thoughts on our summit aim today. We would go on to start our panel 2 right now, and it's been a pleasure having all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before starting panel session 2, Before going on to our next panel session, I would just like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, our co-partner JIS Group, our associate partners Om Dayal Group of Institutions, ESSI, and the Heritage Group of Institutions. I would like to go over and start our next panel. Our panel 1 would be on the topic of evaluating the impact of new education policy and walking the road ahead. Special focus will be laid on the northeastern region and east, moving towards a more imaginative and broad-based liberal education as a foundation for holistic development. We have, for this particular panel, eminent speakers, Dr. Leena Chandran Vadia, who would also kindly moderate the session, Dr. Jai Prakash Narayan, Professor Dinesh Singh, and Dr. Pankaj Mittal. Before requesting Dr. Leena Chandran Vadia to take the stage, may I give a short introduction of all our esteemed panelists. Dr. Leena Chandran Vadia is Senior Fellow at ORF's Mumbai Center. She has been leading the Mumbai Center's research and policy advocacy in education since 2010. She received her PhD in physics from IISc Bangalore and did her postdoctoral work at ETH Zurich in the area of high-performance computing. Since her move to ORF in 2010, she has been engaged in research and policy advocacy on a wide range of topics in education and has produced several in-depth research reports on topics such as ICT in education, medical education, engineering education, amongst others. Presently, she is a consultant with the Committee of the National Education Policy, along with and chaired by Dr. K. Kasturirangan. Dr. Jai Prakash Narayan, welcome and good afternoon. He is an Indian liberal politician, born on 14 January 1956, a former physician. Mr. Jai Prakash Narayan is a political reformer and columnist. Mr. Narayan is the founder of Lok Satta Party and is also the founder and General Secretary of Foundation for Democratic Reforms NGO, an independent public policy think tank and research resource center. Welcome, Dr. Prakash Narayan. Professor Dinesh Singh, welcome, Professor Singh, is the Chancellor of K.R. Mangalam University and is an Indian professor of mathematics. He served as the 21st Vice Chancellor of the University of Delhi and is a Distinguished Fellow of Hackspace of Imperial College, London. Has also been an adjunct professor of mathematics at the University of Houston. For his services to the nation, he was conferred with the Padma Shri. Dr. Pankaj Mittal, welcome to the session, Dr. Mittal. Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities, AIU, is the second woman Secretary General of the association in its 95 years of existence. Prior to joining AIU, she has been serving the higher education sector, especially university education, for over 3 decades at the apex regulator of higher education, the University Grants Commission of India. Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal is a Fulbright scholar and has been a topper in MSc and PhD in agricultural statistics from IARI, New Delhi. She has a wide-ranging experience of over 3 decades in higher education, in policy planning, and management of higher education. I warmly welcome all my panelists to panel session 1, which is on evaluating the impact of new education policy, walking the road ahead, special focus on the NER, and moving towards a more imaginative and broad-based liberal education as a foundation for holistic development. Over to Dr. Leena Chandran Vadia, please.
Thank you, Raina. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And since we've picked up some delays in the morning, I'd like to go immediately to have our panelists speak to us. The morning session was so inspiring. So thank you to all the morning session speakers. Many years ago, he came to ORF around the time and talked about how he wanted people to fund Lok Sakta party, but he didn't want a lot of money. He just wanted 100 rupees. And I was one of those who actually did pay that 100 rupees. I also remember Dr. Jayaprakash Narayan as someone who reviewed the early versions of the national education policy, and we pored over his inputs and tried to make changes before we submitted the final view. So he's very familiar with the the draft national education policy. So over to you, Dr. Narayan, for your opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Friends, I'll confine my remarks to only school education because there are heavyweights like Professor Dinesh Singh and Dr. Pankaj Mittal who will certainly talk about higher education. I have been privileged to be associated with Dr. Kasturi Rangan's committee. In some measure, I've also had the chance to review the document before it was published. Now, but before we go into what needs to be done or how, I think it's important that we acknowledge where we are today as a country. I've heard some wonderful things said about Indian education in the earlier session. While India has the immense potential, our best are a match for the best in the world. I think what we should sadly recognize, honestly recognize, is that the average is way below what it should be by global standards today. If we do not acknowledge that, and if we do not figure out why it's happening this way and how we can improve things, we'll continue to indulge in shibboleths and some perfunctory approaches without really any radical change. I want to make this point upfront. I went to a village school in Telugu medium, Panchayat Samiti, the block school and the Zilla Parishad school. So I understand what I'm talking about. The ASR surveys, Annual Status of Education report, started since 2005. In fact, I along with Montex and Galuwalia released the first report in 2005. I have followed very diligently every year what's happening. It's a depressing saga. Year after year, across the whole country, the outcomes in school education are measured in very, very crude terms. ASR is a very, very sincere and very honest and committed organization survey. But the measurement itself is pretty crude. Can you read? Not even understand. Can you do a subtraction? Not even understand why or when. Can you do a division? There cannot be a cruder tool than this. Even in that tool, we have been performing woefully badly. And the performance has been declining in the past 10, 15 years. After Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, after Right to Education Act, I know these are very painful things, but we must recognize where we are. In fact, the northeastern states, the smaller states particularly, are doing on the whole better than the rest of India. It is the bigger states in eastern India, northeastern India, which are doing less below the national average. West Bengal and Assam are doing below national average. In many indicators, the smaller states are actually doing better. I'll come to that briefly later. And we don't even want to expose ourselves to global trends or global comparisons. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the PISA survey, Program for International Students Assessment, a global survey started by OECD, initially for the rich countries, but eventually expanded to many other countries willing to join. India was a participant in that survey some years ago. India was ranked out of 74 participants, second from bottom in school education outcomes, because they measured not rote learning or memory, but actual understanding, conceptual clarity and application of concepts. We were second from bottom. Thank God there's a country called Kyrgyzstan in that list. Therefore, we did not suffer the ignominy of being at the bottom. Now, when some of us made this very public and said, look, we can do better. Our kids are bright, our parents sacrifice a great deal. They spend disproportionate amounts for their children's education, even the poor parents. Our society values education. While we complain against the government is spending quite a bit of money. 6.5 crore, 5 lakh crores, 6.5 lakh crores is what we're spending on education. While more is required, I don't think we're getting value for the money we're spending. And the society values education. When some of us argued that we should look at school education very closely and improve the system, the response of the government is quite stunning. I've been in government for a long time. I thought I knew quite a bit about how governments respond to these situations, but I was stunned. The government said India will no longer participate in PISA surveys. Instead of recognizing where the problem is and trying to figure out the solution, our answer is being an ostrich. Pretend that everything is normal and run away from even comparisons. And now recently I'm told that the government has decided to go in for this 2021, but again, very selectively, only the Kendriya Vidyalayas and Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalayas of that kind. So what needs to be done? The first is, I think we have to give up this whole idea of a syllabus and a textbook at school level. There will be books, but we should focus essentially only on the levels of learning levels required or expected after X number of years of schooling and outcomes. And therefore, very effective, honest, sensible evaluation, not focusing on rote learning and pressure and memory, or of course, mass copying, but actual, if it's language, then concepts and concepts and outcomes, application. If it's science and math, it's concepts and application. If it's language, comprehension and communication. Simple things. But if the basics are not there, there's no education. We must recognize that and start evaluating that and measure ourselves. The second is, Kasturirangan committee came up with one very sound idea. For a long time, with the wrong notion, misplaced notion in my judgment, of every community or every habitat having a school in the neighborhood, we created ramshackle schools of little infrastructure, 1 room, 2 rooms, 1 teacher, 2 teachers, 15 kids, 10 kids. Nobody knows what's happening there. There are actually schools, and I'm not misspeaking. I have actually revealed this information in the Andhra Pradesh Assembly some 10 years ago. This is true. There are schools where the teachers outnumber the pupils enrolled, not attending. There are actually schools where the teachers outnumber the students enrolled. We have absurdity. If you take even the Northeast also and elsewhere in the country too, the teacher-student ratio is pretty impressive, 17, 18 for every teacher. But actual allocation of teachers, because of this kind of very unscientific skewed thing about 40, 50, 60% of the schools having fewer than 30 children, we made a mess of education. And therefore, Kasturirangan committee's recommendation that there must be school complexes. Don't worry too much about the distance, but have decent infrastructure and try and see to what extent is possible, at least primary and post-primary levels, if not preschool education, they're all come together, clusters. I think it's a very important idea. Let's give transport subsidy. Once there's an institutionalized environment, a classroom with 20, 30 kids, every class has a room and a teacher minimum, and the institutional environment with proper accountability, monitoring, then automatically outcomes improve. A very simple thing. It's an arithmetic clerical exercise. It doesn't require genius. A very simple thing. And the committee already recommended this. I hope this will be taken up seriously. But let's give transport subsidy. And in some states, residential education is very popular and also reasonably successful. So wherever the distance is a little too much, we can also encourage residential education. Though as a principle, I am not a great fan of encouraging kids to be away from the parents. But it seems to be popular in some pockets where necessary, even that can be attempted. But the quality of the school rather than the pretension of a school. The third is technology at school level. It doesn't have to be distance education. We're all quite understandably concerned about COVID, but COVID is a temporary phase. I'm reasonably confident in the next 3 to 4 months, we will have enough people getting silent infection, and therefore the pandemic will become merely an endemic sporadic disease in the country. But we must think of technology not merely as a tool of distance education, but as a tool of effectively transferring education, transferring knowledge and concepts. And the teacher's role being more focused on monitoring, mentoring, monitoring each child and facilitating, not merely coming and using the lung power for 45 minutes. Teacher has a lot of work to do, but technology, because then you can be sure about the concepts being translated, language being communicated effectively in the way it should be. And certainly teacher training will help, but whatever training you do, we've been doing all these things, saying all these things, but there is a limitation. Our capacity is very limited to improve the outcome from human agency alone. Therefore, we must utilize technology. There are fantastic platforms available today in the world. Some are open source software like khanacademy.org. There are quite a few which are in the private sector at a nominal cost we can get it. Some of us are trying to translate some of these platforms into the local languages in India. It's not a big deal. It's at a very low cost. And infrastructural bottlenecks that we normally have at households, because I don't think in India we'll have internet and the hardware infrastructure available to every household for the next 15, 20 years. Maybe 20, 30% households will have. But the school complex, there should not be any problem. If even that we say we can't provide infrastructure, then perhaps our commitment to education is very questionable. So I think technology, but using the school complexes and reorienting the teacher's role completely, radically. The fourth is the private institutions. For instance, one or two of the northeastern states have significant aided schools, though overall it's really in conformity with the pattern in the rest of India. Similarly, there are many poor kids who are going to private schools too. We're ignoring all that in terms of financial support and so on and so forth. We only created a regulatory Raj and a licensed Raj in the Right to Education Act. We didn't really bother about outcomes and the support to the parents and the kids. I think slowly, it will not happen overnight. Our support to private schools and kids must move from aided teachers' salaries being paid to the funds following the student. As long as the parents deserve that support because of poverty, parental illiteracy, whatever criteria we adopt, and there are quite a few parents who are now sending their children to private schools, spending out of pocket. And private schools are not doing much better than government schools either. In general, they're marginally better because accountability is greater, but on the whole, they're not doing much better. But if outcomes are satisfactory, then let the funds follow the students rather than the teachers' salaries, so that we can have a more rational system and we can also have economies of scale. Inspection and monitoring. In a remote village, studying, I left school, I'm concluding a month. In 1969, I left school at the age of 13. In those days, we actually had annual inspections. It was a celebration. We used to have all this, I don't know what this art is called, I forget, the paper flowers and all, you cut those beautiful things and ornamental decorations and all that. And it was a lovely thing for 2-3 days. And the teachers too felt accountable and they felt pride in displaying their skills in teaching and how well their kids are doing. Today, despite Right to Education Act, despite vast teacher recruitment and higher salaries, in most states of India, there's hardly any monitoring and inspection. It's not a surprise that the smaller states in the Northeast are doing better. The bigger states in the East and Northeast and the rest of India are doing bad. Because in a centralized system without inspection and monitoring, there's no accountability. In the smaller states, even if there's no formal mechanism you have devised, it's a too small a state, therefore, automatically there is going to be accountability and inspection. 2 to 3% of the teachers without any deficiency to academics can be easily deployed with some retraining into the inspection and monitoring and handholding. Not to question or embarrass teachers, but to help them to improve things. And finally, we must open ourselves to national and international competition and comparisons. Shunning the global comparisons, shunning performance measurements is the surest recipe for disaster. We deserve more. Our kids are bright. Our society values education. And when somebody gets into IIT or IIM or IAS, and the kind of celebration that we see in our country, it's very few countries have that. We have all the ingredients except a rotten educational system. If some people are doing outstandingly well, as somebody pointed out in the earlier session, it is despite our education system, not because of our education system. I know some of my comments are very hurtful, but these come out of anguish, but with optimism. I'm a great optimist. I believe things can be dramatically improved in a reasonably short span of time, 2 to 3 years, maximum 5 years. There's no reason why India should perpetually be at the bottom of the rung in school education of all things. We can do better. And with a few interventions, without even spending too much money, what we're spending today is adequate in my judgment. Afterwards, if you can find more money, we'll try. There's no point asking for 6%, 7% GDP in a country which is going through tremendous fiscal stress. Within the money, with a bit of readjustment, some marginal increases here and there for technology, for instance, a few other things, we can radically improve the outcomes. Let us attempt that. And I hope these sessions will sensitize us and make the policymakers look at these things very clearly. Education must become a politically live issue. Education cannot be merely conduct of examinations through policemen and squads. Even that has become a big challenge because mass copying has become so rampant. That's not what education is. Education is about flowering at the child's potential. Education is about giving every child an opportunity, irrespective of birth. I think we haven't done well at all. We can do much better and much faster. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Narayan. Those were very, very inspiring words. You made many very, very important points. We'll come back to them during question time. For now, I will move on and invite Professor Dinesh Singh for his opening remarks. Professor Dinesh Singh, as Raina has already introduced, we know him also as a prolific writer on matters of education, and he too reviewed an early version, actually not really early version, a pretty late version of our policy, and we have incorporated many of his suggestions. Over to you, Professor Dinesh Singh, for your opening remarks. Your mic is muted, sir. Please unmute your mic.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I enjoyed what Dr. Jayaprakash had to say. Somewhere he has this mistaken notion that some of us are heavyweights in education. Let me confess at the beginning that the more I try and understand education, the more confounded I find myself, and I really have very little idea of what India really needs to do. Yes, we are all acquainted with the problems, but perhaps Dr. Jayaprakash may find some interest in a recent research conducted by a young colleague of mine at Delhi University. He's a historian, and he's been looking at school education in Bengal in the 17th and early 18th century. And he's come up with very interesting insights, and I find that those things seemed to have served Bengal quite well. You know, Dr. Jayaprakash made a comment that he's not sort of very comfortable separating young kids from their parents. I'm also not. For me, it was a traumatic experience to be separated from my parents at a young age to go to school. And I really believe that children should stay as close as they can to their parents. In fact, education, I think India really believed in this. It was essentially home education up until you got to the age of 12. And there was much wisdom in that. There was much wisdom in that. You got to grow in a natural way with the things around you. And that really made you sort of understand concepts with which you could relate. And then we blindly adopted the Western system. And there are problems with that. And I think the West has probably evolved in many ways for the better. But we remain mired in this old system. And I think there are two things I'd like to mention here very quickly. And I'm no expert, as let me sort of confess at the beginning, on school education or any education. But yes, it interests me, so I speak my mind. You know, in 1968, George Land, a psychologist, he conducted an experiment. He picked up 1,600 children at the age of 5. And he devised a very interesting test to assess their mental capabilities, keeping in mind that these were 5-year-olds. And he came to the conclusion that 98% of them would be labeled in the genius category. I am ready to believe this because I believe every child is essentially born gifted. Each child. And then we adults, get around to the task of messing up that child. And then, what happened with George Land? He continued studying these kids as they went through formal schooling. About 2 or 3 years later, assessment, and he found that a large number had sort of dropped out of the so-called category of higher students. And he kept doing this repeatedly till they went out of school, so on. And at age 25, his final test with his bunch of 1,600 kids, who when they turned 25, he found that he could only classify almost 2% of them in the genius category. So do you get the point I'm trying to make, that this so-called formal schooling, formal education actually takes away more than it gives? And that is the worrying part. We sort of, we burden the child with everything that we can possibly think of, little realizing our own experiences which allowed us to grow and be enabled. You know what Mark Twain said, that he did not allow his schooling to interfere with his education. I think there is much wisdom, and it isn't just Mark Twain who said that. Darwin said that he learned much more in the pubs of Cambridge than he did in the classrooms. There's really something to be said about that. And I have looked at this. The people that I've admired in my life, the ones whom I truly admire, no matter what realm of human endeavor they are connected with, they haven't really gotten much from a formal system as much as they did from the world around them. And they did that, they imbibed that, they grew or they enabled themselves to certain simple principles or maxims, which we seem to ignore. My firm belief, and I am just repeating what the great ones have said, there are no new insights that I can give you. Mahatma Gandhi, in the context of school education and otherwise, has said something very profound. And Gandhiji never said anything about anything until he had experimented firsthand and derived some insights. And in the context of school education and education in general, Gandhiji was very qualified to say something because he had experimented greatly. He first ran a school in South Africa, and he ran it himself. That was Gandhiji. It's not a question of prescribing and moving away. His thoughts and his actions were in complete harmony with each other. Then in India, he set up a university that functions till today, Gujarat Vidyapith. Very few people know about the university, but Gandhiji set it up with certain principles. And then when he was at Wardha, he set up a polytechnic for women. And on the board of that polytechnic, he put India's foremost scientific minds, Raman, Bose, so many of them. And people say Gandhiji was against science and against technology and all that. That's not true. In any case, so what is it that Gandhiji wanted to say? What did he prescribe? It's just one simple maxim. In education, what you do with your hands will enter your heart. And it isn't just Gandhiji, Rabindranath Tagore, this great soul. I think he understood India better than most Indians will ever understand. What does he say? 100 years ago, Rabindranath Tagore is lamenting that we have killed education and confined it to the four walls and blackboard of a classroom. He says it is no longer connected to the real world. Why do we not pay attention to this? We must understand education is not only learning a subject like mathematics or physics or geography. Anything that enables a human is education. Anything that ennobles a human is education. And the moot point is, and our challenge to address this moot point is to figure out how we could enable an individual. And let me tell you what I mean by enabling. I sincerely mean that each one of us should be enabled to discover who we are. Each one of us is born with an inner drumbeat. I call it the drumbeat of the soul, or the antardhwani. Each one of us is born with that. Gandhiji's antardhwani was adherence to the truth. Mirabai's was adherence to Sri Krishna. Sachin Tendulkar's is adherence to cricket. Ramanujan's antardhwani was adherence to mathematics. The point and the challenge for each one of us is to somehow be enabled to discover this drumbeat. And here's what Gandhi, Tagore, and so many great ones have prescribed. Whatever policy you make, if you do not adhere to this, if you are not able to create such a platform that I'm about to prescribe, which Gandhiji, Tagore, and many great ones have given us, it's not going to work. I'm not a great fan of policies. I have never been. I think they are overarching and they weigh people down. Yes, a policy should create an enlightened, liberal environment which allows good ideas to prevail. And with Dr. Kasturi Rangan at the helm, I'm sure that he will always keep that in mind, which he has even in this document. But I'm worried that lesser individuals will use these devices to suppress, oppress, and even divert from the right issues. Coming back to what I said about how do you enable, it is the use of the hands. It is a question of blending knowledge and skills in a skillful, knowledgeable way. Let me repeat again, blending knowledge and skills in a skillful, knowledgeable way. What do I mean by that? I believe knowledge and skills are two sides of the same coin. Devise a system which allows you to do that, to blend knowledge and skills, because with the use of the hands, you create knowledge. And with knowledge, you create use of the hands. It's a two-way process. Whomsoever I have admired, one of the people I admire the most is Albert Einstein. I don't know how many of us know this, that even after he had secured his PhD in physics, Einstein was actually managing his father's electrical goods factory. He was playing around with electromagnets on the shop floor of the factory, and he managed it so well. Factory had been actually running at a loss till Einstein took over, that he almost gave up his career in physics to just run the factory. He was so good with his hands. That's where some of his insights of gravitation came. But he was really good with his hands. He had more than 50 patents and inventions to his credit. He invented the world's first automatic camera. He invented the world's first safe refrigerator. Can you believe this? Albert Einstein, the man who created this superhuman thing called general relativity, also was so good with down-to-earth things. That's what I'm trying to emphasize, a two-way process. If you look at Newton, extraordinarily gifted craftsman, extraordinarily good with his hands. Incidentally, Newton's discoveries were not made at Cambridge. They happened when Cambridge shut down for the plague and he went home. Remember what Darwin said? He learned much more in the pubs of Cambridge than he did in the classrooms. We need to keep thinking about that. Newton's insights into light came from his own hands when he devised all these great experiments with light. Once he understood light using his hands, that's what gave him the insight into gravitation. That's what I'm trying to say. No matter who I look at, if you look at Mendel, had he not been a good gardener and had he not known mathematics, this blend of knowledge and skills, he would never have discovered the laws of genetics. That's what I'm trying to say. None of our school systems, none of our universities really adopt this. Dr. Jayaprakash kept repeating the word rote learning, rote learning, rote learning. I totally agree with him. Unless we get out of this mode, let me emphasize what I mean, this business of knowledge and skills in the context of our schools. All of us go through our school curriculum. If you've ever done science, are school children ever given the freedom to truly experiment in the school lab? No. Every single experiment that we conduct as children in schools, we know the outcome beforehand, and it's a meaningless exercise. It's a mechanical thing. And I know that in almost all my experiments in physics, I never conducted any because I knew the outcome and I used to just fudge the answers. I was good with mental computations. I just fudged all the answers. I learned nothing. When did I learn? When I set up a small rudimentary lab at home in physics. That's when I really began to do things with my own hands, because in my school, much as it was an enlightened school, I was not allowed to touch things. I was not allowed to mix two chemicals to see what happens. Never. We are taught salt analysis in school, in the science curriculum. From my time till today, the same salts are given to school children, and you can tell which salt is what by just simply looking at it. And we are made to repeat this experiment of how to analyze what that salt is time after time after time till it enters our DNA and it kills our mental processes. I have yet to come across a single school in all of India which has allowed, encouraged, inspired its children to pick up the soil of the school and analyze the salts in it. Believe me, so much good will come out. That's what I meant when Gandhi said, what you do with your hands enters your heart. Connect education to the world. The world is really a university. The world is really a learning platform. And India understood very well. My final comment. India understood in the past, and I don't speak in a chauvinistic sense. Let me just illustrate by a historical episode from the Chandogya Upanishad, where Gautam Haridrumat is confronted with this 12-year-old boy. That's the learning. You go to a university only at age 12. He comes from home, seeks admission into Haridrumat's Gurukul, and Haridrumat says, we admit only Brahman's child. What is your lineage? And this boy says, I asked this question of my mother before I set forth for your Gurukul. And she told me that I've worked as a maid in many homes. Many men have taken advantage of me. I have no idea who your father is. But you proclaim yourself proudly as Satyakam, son of the maid Jabala. And then Haridrumat says, child, I admit you, a Brahman is not by birth. A Brahman is only by adherence to the truth. And that's why you are a Brahman and you are admitted. Now what does Haridrumat do? Look at the way he tests. This is what I mean by real testing. And again, what Dr. Jayaprakash said, these stupid tests that we have in this country, one day from outer space, India will look like one big examination center. Believe me, we are in grave danger here, but I don't see anyone waking up to the task. That's the kind of test I believe that Haridrumat conducted, that kind of enlightened test that enable, not disable. In any case, what did Haridrumat do with this child? He didn't tell him, go memorize the Vedas. He gave him 300 head of cattle, said, go to the forest and do not return until they multiplied threefold. Do you know wealth in those days was measured in terms of how many head of cattle you had? And therefore, here was an exercise in wealth management, a practical, real world, down-to-earth exercise. And Satyakam goes and does that, and when he returns, when they multiplied so many fold, Haridrumat says, there's already enlightenment on your face. I don't need to teach you anything. See that? This business of connecting to the real world, the needs and challenges of the world around you, that enables you. Satyakam had found himself. And Haridrumat, as an enlightened mentor, not a teacher who makes you memorize, had understood that this is the pedagogy I need to prescribe for Satyakam. These are the lessons I wish we could imbibe. These are the lessons which will allow every region of India to flourish, whether it's the northeast or the southeast or the west or the east. Thank you.
Wow. Professor Dinesh Singh, I didn't think I could be even more inspired today than I already was. Thank you so much for that amazing, amazing talk. You have set the stage for a question that I wanted to ask you all, but I will hold that question until Dr. Pankaj Mittal has given her opening remarks too. Dr. Pankaj Mittal, over to you for your opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leena.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to speak after Professor Dinesh Singh.
Yes, but go ahead.
Speaker. And I've heard Dr. Jayaprakash Narayan for the first time. He spoke very well. But Dr. Dinesh Singh, I have heard now many times, and especially during these webinars, I have been hearing him a lot. And more I hear him, more I become his fan. So, Dr. Dinesh Singh, congratulations. You speak so well that we are all spellbound hearing you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And when Dr. Dinesh Singh was talking about working with hands, and that is what makes the learning actually happen, I was also thinking that one thing which has killed the learning in our, especially the school children, is the curiosity which we kill in the beginning itself. I mean, when as a child, the students come to you, they are very curious. They want to know so many things. But we keep on telling them, shut up, this is not the question, learn the answer, just repeat the answer in the examination and you will get the marks. So curiosity is killed. So when I was in my university, I was the vice chancellor of a university in Haryana, which was a university from KG till PhD. That was Bhagat Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya. The school children were also there. So just to arouse the curiosity in the students, we started an experiment. We used to put some questions on the board every week, and we used to ask them to answer within a week, and next week new question and with the answer of the previous question. And the questions were like this: like daily you are eating chapati, puri, paratha in the breakfast. One side is thick, one side is thin. Why? Have you ever thought of it? When you go to the mountains or even when you fly by air, the temperature outside is minus 35 degrees centigrade, minus 45, the pilot announces. So we are going near the sun, but we are feeling cold. Why? Similarly, like when your mother goes out and spreads the clothes for drying, the clothes dry, but the mother gets wet because of the sweat. Why does it happen? Why doesn't the sun dry the sweat itself? Like this, there were hundreds of questions. Like when every day you are washing your body with soap when you take bath, and soaps are of different colors, red, blue, green, everything. But the leather of every soap is white. Where does the color go? So, like this, there were many questions. Like mosquito is biting you. When we do blood transfusion, there is A, B, O. We keep on seeing the blood group. But one mosquito bites A, then B, then O. Nothing happens to him. Why? So like this, we used to ask so many questions which aroused curiosity in the students, and they started answering, they started searching for the answers. And that is what aroused curiosity. And it's not only the students, even teachers started putting their answers in that box. So we have to somehow keep the curiosity burning in the students, and that is how we can sort of keep that flame burning. So coming to higher education, we know that our higher education is confronted with what I call a pentagon puzzle. And pentagon puzzle, the five angles are access and equity, relevance, quality, management, and financing. Like when we talk of access and equity, recently we came out with a paper that we say that the number of universities, number of colleges, number of students have increased exponentially in country, but in spite of that, the gross enrollment ratio is only 26.3. Why does it happen? Is there something wrong with the way we measure the gross enrollment ratio, or is there something wrong with India? Because most of the good countries have gross enrollment ratio of say 80, 90, 70. Developed countries that USA has something like 88. And then we were trying to see, and then we found out that the number of pass outs from the school in India, that is what we say completion rate, in USA is something like 95%, in India it is 42%. That means out of 100 people in the relevant age group, only 42 have passed 12th class. So when 42 have passed 12th class, how can we expect GER as 50? In all our policy documents, even in the national policy, we are saying that we want that in next 3, 4, 5 years, the GER should be 50. So how can we reach 50 when the completion rate at 12th class itself is 42? And out of that 42, only people will go to higher education. So when we make policies, we should see the ground realities also, that whether it is possible or not possible. So we came out with a concept called eligible enrollment ratio. That is the enrollment out of the eligible population in the relevant age group. And that was something like 65% for India, and it was almost comparable with any developed countries. So that is what I'm saying, that when we talk about access and equity, and if we keep on saying or maybe feeling ashamed that India is at the bottom of the ladder, we should also see whether we are measuring it correctly and whether the problem is of higher education or of school education. Because the lowest completion rate is an issue of school education, but we are considering it as a problem of higher education and trying to address it at higher education level by multiplying the number of universities, colleges, institutions, intake capacity. Last year also, if you see the number of total 12th class pass outs, the transition rate to higher education from the people who passed 12th class was something like 92%. That is 92% people entered higher education. So we cannot expect a better result than that. So therefore, whenever we make policy, we should see the ground realities. Similarly, the relevance, I mean, the higher this policy, of course, has been very forward looking. It is talking about abolishing of affiliation system. It is talking of only having the university, something like 15,000 universities, which will be made by amalgamating or clubbing some colleges and closing down some colleges, and even converting them into some sort of training shops or something like that. But how will we implement it? India, of course, I don't say that affiliation system is good, but then we have many small colleges, good colleges, bad colleges, All types of colleges are there. And then when we are also talking of autonomy, again, we have all types of universities. So can we give autonomy to every university to do whatever they want on their own without regulating at all? So that has to be seen, because good universities are good, they deserve autonomy, and they will not misuse autonomy, and they can do very well due to that autonomy. But the bad ones can also misuse that autonomy. Maybe people also say that the market forces will eliminate those universities if they are not performing well. But in a large country like India, where the number of admission seekers are very high, this also looks a bit remote possibility. Coming to management of higher education, you will be surprised to know that in most of the foreign countries, there is a department called Human Resource Management Department, which is a service department, not a teaching department. Now, this department takes care of recruitment, including headhunting, not only the way we do the recruitment, just keep on seeing the applications and then whosoever is the best recruit them. They do the headhunting. Then during the staff or the faculty member is in the university during the lifespan, they take care of the faculty, including the development, faculty development, including counseling, including sort of career advancement, everything they look after, including the respectful exit. Now, none of the Indian universities has a department of human resource management. We have administration, we have finance, but human resource, which is the most critical component, we think they will take care of themselves. They need not be taken care of through a human resource management department. So what is, and similarly, we have say 1,000 universities, 40,000 colleges. So that means we have 1,000 vice chancellors, 40,000 principals, 1,000 registrars, and similarly 3,000-4,000 deputy registrars, and like this. None of those educational administrators receive a single day training on how to administer higher education. So they administer based on whatever they learn from previous people, or maybe it is a on-job training for them. So the result is management, not professional management. So we are not effectively managing our higher education system. My point here is that if we have to solve this pentagon puzzle of the 5 angles, which I told you in the beginning, we have to be innovative. We have to think of new things, the way we can be doing it. And we cannot be saying that, okay, whatever was earlier there, that we should be doing, or maybe in a better manner. Like when this COVID stuck in past, we were talking about a book called Reimagining Indian Universities. We are coming out with it. But when we were starting this, we were saying that we have to reimagine Indian universities. We never thought that it will be so soon that we have to entirely do the total reimagining of Indian universities because of a situation like COVID. So when COVID came, then also most of the teachers were required to teach online, but very few of them were knowing how to teach online. Rather, they were camera shy. They didn't know how to teach online. And the only online teaching which I can think of is going on in, say, 95% of the institutions is just sitting in the front of camera and just giving a lecture, and that is constituting as a online teaching. And it is, but online teaching is much more than that. So we have to do the capacity building of the teachers, which is not being done in the way it should be done. So capacity building of the teachers for teaching online, as well as capacity building of the students to learn online, the assessment and evaluation, how to do the assessment and evaluation. If you are teaching online, should we be depending upon the 3-hour examination at the end of the semester, or we should be having a continuous assessment throughout the semester through various means like quizzes, projects, activities, and all? That should be seen. And then the universities should exercise their autonomy. They keep on asking for the autonomy, but they don't exercise their autonomy. Whatever autonomy is given to them, that also they don't exercise. And because of that, they keep on looking towards the regulatory authorities, tell us whether we should hold exams or not, tell us when should we start the online classes, tell us when should we start the session. So the exercising of autonomy for the faculty as well as the institution itself is very, very important. If they don't exercise their autonomy, nobody can give them autonomy. So that is important. So I think if we do all these things, we can have a little better higher education system, but we have to think innovatively in a new way to improve the higher education system of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pankaj Mittal. That was also amazing. You have supplemented what Professor Dinesh Singh said. So you three are the perfect panelists for me to ask this question, which I've had in mind for a long time, ever since the Kasturirangan committee submitted the policy, which is that the following. The government's version of the policy will come anytime now. Presumably the government is putting finishing touches on it. It will be a month or a few weeks.
But this we have been hearing
We don't
for a
know,
long
but it's
time.
coming. Yes, that's true also. But my question is something to do with our preparation for it. So my question is the following, that, the policy will come. And if we want light and tight regulation, and if we assume for a minute that the government actually is willing to unshackle educational institutions, then how do the onus falls on all of us who have been teachers or who have been educators, who are interested in education. I don't doubt that there are hundreds of us out there, but how do we come together to create the movement that is necessary? Where do we find the leadership to do something that you said, which is exercise autonomy and bring change and, explain it to the parents and everybody else? So since Professor Dinesh Singh is here, I want to use an example of Delhi University and how competitive the admissions are. So if you would say for a minute that Delhi University will have freedom to use not just marks, but other things to admit students, there's going to be an uproar. How do we carry society along to implement reform? So I'd like to ask this question, and I'll begin with you, Dr. Narayan, if I may.
It's a great challenge. As you said rightly, it's not merely the government policy or diktat, it's also the society's willingness to accept and trust in what you stated. The element of trust in our country, whether it's a recruitment and a competitive examination in government or in colleges, admission policies, anything other than objective type examination, which is quantifiable, which public believes is completely free from all kinds of manipulation. Anything other than that is suspect. For instance, even in the civil service examinations, the moment the higher weightage is contemplated for, let us say, the personality test, the interview, or some years ago, if you recall, the only time when Parliament debated education was for half a day. Some years ago, when the UPSC said there will be an essay test, an essay mandatory. In pre-1980 days, it used to be there. Now they wanted to reintroduce. Many members of Parliament said, "Bichare, our kids will not get the opportunity. We will not do well, etc." Finally, after hours of debate, the Parliament decided that they will have this. I think no, it's actually logic. It's logic and aptitude test, logic, etc. So the Parliament finally decided, and the Prime Minister announced that they will have the test, but it only will have qualifying mark of 40% or so. It will not be added to the merit. That is the level to which we have sunk. As economists in a celebratory passage said, the response of Indian governments to the failure of education or poor outcomes is to lower the standards for everybody rather than to create a framework in which everybody can be elevated. That seems to be our very special penchant. But I believe that parents actually want what is best for their children, even the poorest parents. It is our failure as educators, as governments, as policymakers and thinkers in communicating to the parents that ultimately what matters is what Dr. Dinesh Singh said, that whether the kid acquired the ability and the skills to make a difference in society, not how many marks you get. I think if that message consistently goes from every source, and if you create a very credible mechanism, trustworthy mechanism, this is the most important thing. For instance, if you say admission is also based on your extracurricular activities, your non-profit work, your charitable work, or some other thing. Now, how do we trust it in a country where certification is bogus, testimonials are very highly mistrusted? We made it a national art because of insecurity, because everybody is doing it, other people also will do it. I think we must begin somewhere. In higher education in particular, if you allow the private universities free play, as Dr. Rajkumar said, provided you look at the antecedents first, I think they will bring in these practices. And society, once they realize that the value in this, the market is accepting the quality, and the traditional methods of evaluation don't really matter, I think eventually that becomes the norm. It's going to be a long, hard climb, but there's no choice. We messed up quite a bit. We have to now reverse the cycle.
Thank you, Dr. Narayan. Professor Dinesh Singh, the same question to you, please.
Well, I think Dr. Narayan has said everything that needs to be said, and I feel like a junior judge on a two-judge bench. Where all the junior judge has to do after the senior judge pronounces judgment is to say, I concur. Matter ends. I just want to add very briefly, at St. Stephen's College, for years on decades on end, they would admit students into the college on the basis of, you had to first go through a certain minimum percentage of score in your school exam. And then everything depended on an interview process where there was a panel of people who would interview. Your marks would no longer count. As long as you became eligible for the interview, then your marks would be put aside and then you would have to go through the process. And I remember this, I also went through that process and it did not seem to harm the college. The college seemed to do okay because when I entered the college, I found that there were good students from all kinds of backgrounds and all parts of the country. It isn't that it was only meant for a privileged lot or anything like that. And this process continued well into the 80s, and sometime in the 90s, somebody took the matter to court. And you know how our courts are, sometimes I wonder what happens to them. So they said this is an arbitrary process and we do not accept this business of selecting a student on the basis of purely an interview once he or she has cleared a certain cutoff. So you have to have a transparent process. Very good. So you cannot just say after you've cleared the cutoff, the marks will not count. You have to give weightage to everything. Now, I thought this was undue interference. There was nothing wrong with what the college had been doing. And it had been exercising its wisdom. And, the record of the college showed that it had been doing well, not just in a particular fashion, but in an all-round way. And that process has really not helped in any way. It has just made admissions a far more cumbersome thing. So sometimes, your autonomy, as Dr. Pankaj Mittal says, we seem to be ceding autonomy. Sometimes the courts also intervene and take away autonomy. But then I must also say that this business of judging on the basis of personal interaction, etc., is not always the best thing. There was an experiment conducted in the United States some years ago in which a bunch of university counselors who counsel students for admission purposes, they were asked to assess students, through a personal interaction for their suitability to do well in life. And they assessed a large number of students over extended interactive sessions. So they would talk to them for an hour or so. These were highly experienced, so-called wise counselors. And then they made some predictions. At the same time, this psychologist had devised an algorithmic process by which he would look at the kind of scores that the kids were doing and some other activities during their school years. And he did not meet any of those kids. He just, through this algorithm, made some predictions. And the algorithm turned out to be far more accurate with what those children turned out to be later in life than what individually these people had predicted. So there has to be some wisdom exercise. A test is only as good as the person who devises it. An interview is only as good as the person who conducts the interview. So this is a tricky thing. And it's not easy to judge how. My worry is, I say this all the time, in India, we test too much and we test in the wrong way. We need to get away from that as much as we can. I'll tell you something. I created an innovation center at the University of Delhi when I was the Vice Chancellor. And we offered highly innovative degree programs. There was a Bachelor of Technology in Innovation. There was a Bachelor of Technology in Humanities called Design Your Degree. And it was largely project-based learning with interaction and mentors, and you could design your degree as you went along in a transdisciplinary, hands-on, project-based fashion. It was really popular, extremely popular, and those students started doing really well. Many of them became entrepreneurs, patents started to come out, etc. Till, the heavy-handed blow of the regulatory authorities at the highest levels just struck us and took everything away. There you go. We weren't testing over there in the way we didn't conduct it. You know how we used to conduct exams? I personally taught a course to students who had given up maths at the 10th grade level. I taught them a course on data in everyday life. And I told them, we will not have exams or whatever you perform in the class, largely that. But I'll give you one exam where all of you can sit together and talk to each other. But you have to write your answers in your own language. And at the end, I took anonymous feedback from these 40-odd students, and they told me that not only did they enjoy the whole thing, but that for the first time in an examination, they actually learned something. So you see, somehow we need to be innovative and more experimental. India needs to get out of this so-called IIT entrance examination syndrome. That's what I
Thank you, sir. You're very right about that. I'll go over to Dr. Pankaj Mittal and ask her to add her comments to this. It's a very challenging thing because really academia has to rise to the occasion, and it's not obvious how they will do that. So please, Dr. Mittal. Yeah.
Thank you. As Dr. Dinesh Singh was saying that he is not a very big fan of policies, I also feel that policies can be made, but implementation is rather a different space altogether. For example, in UGC, we had made a policy around 15-20 years back that 15% of the seats in every professional educational institution would be for supernumerary seats for foreign students. So if that 15% seats policy would have worked something, then in India, out of 3 crore or more than 3 crore students we should be having 50 lakh foreign students, whereas we have only 46,000, almost 1% of that. So implementation of policy is very, very important. And I also remember something which Dr. Zakir Hussain said when he was laying the foundation stone of Jamia Millia Islamia. He said, किसी भी संस्था को बनाने के लिए सामान से ज्यादा अरमान की जरूरत होती है. सामान means buildings, labs, ये सब चाहिए. And Arman is the passion of the teachers, faculty, the people who are running the university. He says किसी भी संस्था को बनाने के लिए सामान से ज्यादा अरमान की जरूरत होती है. और अगर अरमान ना रहे तो वो संस्था की इमारतें खंडरों में तब्दील हो जाती है. So the crux is for implementing any policies, Arman means passion of the faculty, of the students, of the administrators, of the vice chancellor is required. And it can never be a top to bottom approach. It has to be a bottom up approach. The faculty should have the feeling of belongingness. They should have the passion, yes, that we have to implement it for our students. And unless that comes, I don't think any policy can be implemented in a top to bottom approach. We have to adopt a bottom up approach.
Thank you, Dr. Mittal. We have about 5 minutes left in our session. So I'd like to have all the panelists weigh in on what they would like to say about the Northeast. After all, this is an event on the Northeast and the theme is integrated education and so on. So closing remarks, Dr. Narayan, with some focus on Northeast, please.
I've gone into the numbers. Some numbers are very uplifting. Mm-hmm. Some are puzzling. Mm-hmm. The puzzling thing is, in most of the northeastern states, the enrollment of kids is 130 to 140%. Yes. I'm not able to figure out why. Typically, 105% is not unknown because if a kid is has not really kept pace with the peers in a certain age group, there may be others who are joining that age group. So, but 130, 140 I have never seen. I think this requires closer examination. Are we inflating numbers? Is there some mischief going on? Is some unique factor that is prevailing? The second thing about the Northeast is the smaller states are consistently doing better. Mm-hmm. If you take the ASSA survey, I have the reports here and I've been pouring through that. I think there is a lesson there. There are two things that happen. In some states, the aided schools, they're encouraged. And some of them are doing very well. I think they obviously have, at least some of those states, some sensible policies, not to discourage them, but to look at the kid and the outcome rather than whether the school is owned by the government or not. Mm-hmm. That's very encouraging. Mm-hmm. some of the bigger states are not doing too well, the largeness. Therefore, decentralization. The more you decentralize, well, overarching, the learning outcomes and so on and so forth, we decide at certain level. But actual operational details, if we leave it to the community as close to the school as possible, then perhaps outcomes will be better. Our propensity for centralization is doing us immense harm. I remember when we were kids, in at least our part of the country, the schools were actually run by the local governments. While the syllabus and examinations at the larger level, only the so-called 10th class exam, etc., were handled by the state, everything else was handled by the local government. And outstanding education was there despite very inadequate infrastructure and teachers in those days being paid 70 rupees a month. It's amazing that those wonderful people actually imparted serious education to us. So decentralization, I think Northeast serves as a very good example. One last thing is, people talk all the time about the terrain and infrastructure. Again, the fact that the more difficult states in terms of terrain are doing better indicates that we are exaggerating the difficulties of infrastructure. I'm not underestimating the importance of building infrastructure. But in India, the moment to talk about school, as I think Professor Mittal said, it's all about the physical infrastructure, the classroom, the length and the breadth and so on and so forth, rather than the quality of teaching and how the mind is developing. Therefore, as I mentioned earlier, in the context of digitization, and if that's, I genuinely believe that we must leverage those strengths as much as possible so that we get uniformly high quality of inputs to the students for conceptual understanding and linguistic capabilities. I think the school clustering of schools, as Kasturi Committee said, and building those capabilities and infrastructure, that will go a long way. But otherwise, to be truthful, Northeast is doing better than the rest of India. Instead of being patronizing, I think maybe we have to learn from them, at least in school education.
That's a beautiful message. Thank you. Dr. Singh, for your comments, please.
So I remember this, that as I told you at the beginning, this colleague of mine who conducted research into the school system in Bengal in the 17th and 18th century has come up with amazing insights. And what Dr. Mittal and Dr. Devaprakash said, infrastructure was hardly available there. But they had a very sound system of educating children which served well, which served society well. So infrastructure is never really much of an issue if our hearts are in the right place and we have the passion. It works. Also, when it comes to the Northeast, large is certainly bad everywhere. I subscribe to the Schumacher school of thought, which says small is beautiful. I think we should deconstruct our states a little bit whenever they are too large. And finally, when I was Vice Chancellor here at Delhi University, each year I would rent a whole railway train from the Indian Railways and conduct it into a college on wheels. It was known as the Gyanodaya Express. A whole coach would be converted into a kind of seminar lecture room. The whole train was equipped with Wi-Fi, and 1,000 students would ride, and we could take the train wherever we want. We had to pay some money to the railways, and they would organize the journey for us. And 100 teachers would travel. Students were chosen on the basis of projects they would submit on what kind of, it could depend on the design of the railway platform or the toilets or the history, geography, technology of the area they go through, etc. My last journey went to the Northeast. And I used to meet the students after they used to return. In every journey, I noticed that most of them would also become poets. I don't know what used to happen. They would all become poets. But in any case, when they returned from the Northeast and I met them at the railway station, so many of them asked me one single question: why are we not like them? And therefore, I really don't have anything to say about the Northeast. We should learn from them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Dr. Mittal?
I think Northeast is a part of India and we should think of integrating them with the mainland. Right now, of course, infrastructure is there and the government is investing a lot. But when it comes to, say, communication, awareness, many times the things don't reach there. So we have to integrate Northeast with rest of India so that whole India is one. Why do we treat Northeast separately? That it is something, it is a part of India. It is one of us. We all are one only. So communication, awareness, we have to completely integrate Northeast with the rest of India. and that will solve the problem. In AIU also, we are thinking of holding a special conference of vice chancellors of northeastern universities so that we can understand what their peculiar issues are and try to address those issues. So Northeast, if there are issues, we have to first find out the issues. I mean, one by one, we have to solve those issues. But the main issue is integrating Northeast with the rest of India.
Thank you, Dr. Mittal. You, all three of you, have been amazing panelists. You've said many things that deserves to be heard by many thousands of people around the country. Raina, I hope you're going to share this recording and push it out to many people in the country. I suspect it will be on YouTube, right? But
it is being
beyond
streamed.
That, we should advertise the some of the comments you've made. They're going to be very valuable as we prepare to implement the national education policy. Thank you all very, very much. I have been very inspired, and I'm sure the participants have been inspired too. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Vadia. It's been very nice to have all of the esteemed panelists. We really appreciate your time given on this forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks to everybody.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Namaskar. Yeah.
So we go over to panel discussion 2 right now. We have a little delay in our schedule. I would request all my panelists, esteemed panelists for panel discussion 2 to bear with ICC and the audience, respected audience, to be there till the end of the session. I would like to take this opportunity to inform that panel discussion 2, which is on skill development and vocational education, and panel discussion 3, which is on industry academia synergy, would be a very, very interesting one. Going over to panel 2 would be on vocational education and skill development, importance and relevance, integration into all educational institutions and technical institutions, industry. I also take this opportunity to thank you once again, our co-partners, GIS Group and associate sponsors and partners, Om Dayal Group of Institutions, ESSI and Heritage Group of Institutions. With that, I would like to introduce my panel to esteemed panelists. Mr. Gaurav Kapoor, Senior Head, Media and Advocacy, State Government and Citizen Engagement, SSC Coordination and Development, NSDC, National Skill Development Corporation. Mr. Gaurav Kapoor joined NSDC in November 2016 and has contributed significantly towards the Sector Skill Council governance. In mid-2017, he was charged with operational strategy for communications besides industry partnerships and CSR engagements. A qualified chartered accountant, Gaurav has over 20 years of professional experience across finance and development sectors. Prior to joining NSDC, Gaurav held leadership positions in some of the foremost development organizations. Mr. Kapoor is currently Senior Head, Media and Advocacy, State Government and Citizen Engagement, SSC Coordination and Development, NSDC once again. Going over to Mr. Sanjay Kumar Das, our next panelist for panel discussion 2. Mr. Das is the Joint Secretary, Department of IT and Electronics, Government of West Bengal, WCES, Executive. Cadre held different administrative positions in general, revenue, executive and election administration in the state of West Bengal. Managing Asiatic Society, an institution of national importance under Government of India as Administrative Officer. Managing Directorate of State Archives, West Bengal as Administrative Officer, to name a few. Going over to our esteemed third panelist, Professor Neela Dabir. Very good afternoon and welcome. Professor Dabir, Dean, School of Vocational Education and Qualification, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, TIS, started working career as a professional social worker and have an experience of working at the grassroots level through different NGOs. She's worked with communities, street children, vulnerable and distressed women. After 10 years of working with different types of projects and target groups, joined academics and have more than 25 years of experience of working in the university system. Mr. Raj Gilda, very good afternoon and welcome. Mr. Gilda, the co-founder and director, Lend a Hand India. Raj Gilda is a banker turned into social entrepreneur. He is co-founder of Lend a Hand India, an NGO focused on providing vocational education in secondary schools in India. Raj's journey in the world of skilling began as a son of a small kirana grocery store owner and as an intern to his father since he was 9 years old, with him teaching the invaluable skills right from sweeping the floor to managing the cash to handling the customers. Very good afternoon and welcome aboard, Mr. Gilda. Going on to Mr. Simarpreet Singh. Mr. Singh is a part of the ICC National Expert Committee of Higher Education and Training. He is also the director of JIS Group. JIS Group was awarded the Editor Choice Education Excellency Award for remarkable services in education field as a young entrepreneur at the 6th Dialogue India Academic Awards 2018, which was being held at New Delhi on 19th May 2018. Welcome aboard, Mr. Singh. Our last but not the least panel is Mr. N.K. Mohapatra. Mr. Mohapatra is the CEO of Electronic Skill Council of India, ESSCI, known for his meticulous hands-on approach in almost all verticals in electronics industry, be it product positioning, product development, R&D, manufacturing or sales, and as well as his tireless work ethics. Mr. Mohapatra has a trail of achievements that span his almost 4-decade young career. NKM, having a strong foundation in R&D and product development, has experience as a marketing professional and a technocrat in current assignment as the CEO of Electronics Sector Skill Council of India. I now take this opportunity to hand it over to Mr. Gaurav Kapoor, who is also going to kindly moderate this session. Mr. Kapoor and the rest of the esteemed panelists, we are extremely apologetic for the spillover of this session, but I would request you to kindly maintain the time so that we can have the panel discussion 3 after this effectively with all the audience attending it. Mr. Kapoor, over to you, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raina. Thank you, and good afternoon to all my co-panelists here and the people who have joined us through the live streaming. She has already introduced everybody, and I welcome all the panelists once again. I think we can start directly on the topic which we have on hand, where we are trying to talk about how vocational education should actually get integrated with all forms of higher education, school education, and all kind of education otherwise. So I think it's a very interesting topic which we have been given, and my co-panelist, Mr. Mohapatra, who leads the Electronic SSC, Raj, leading Lend a Hand India, which has been doing great work. Professor Neela Dabir also has Dean School of Vocational Education with this. So I think this is a very good combination we have today to discuss all aspects. So Mr. Das, you are with the government right now on the electronic side. What are the government views on how well the current structure actually helps the vocational education getting integrated with regular education, and what is that we should be doing more? If you can give us a little bit of an overview from the policy framework side, then we can take up the other matters.
Thank you so much. Actually, policy is a known thing before everybody. Government, specifically in the fields of information technology, in the state government does not have a lot of moderation to do as far as policy is concerned, because information technology and electronics, they are the central subjects. So actually all the state governments, they follow and toe the line that the nation actually goes along with. So definitely as a government of state government in the country, we do not have something other than that. But the beauty lies in how we are utilizing the leverage that is given to a state government in a federal structure. Specifically speaking, if we allow me, that it is all about how effectively we do something, rather than we talk around and go all, as our previous panelists have discussed beautifully, that policy, rather than the policy, the execution is what we should give more importance in state government of West Bengal. We have been actually doing something with regards to utilizing the policy framework that we have right now. If you allow me, I would like to just tell you a real case study that we have experienced recently. Uh, we have been passing through a phase that is called COVID-19, pandemic situation. So what happened from the last week of March, we saw a lot of people coming back to their respective homes. And we didn't know, at least as far as I am concerned, I didn't know that in the entire country, we have more than 5.5 crore people working outside their homes. I didn't have that, specific data per se. And those people, they are mostly unstructured employees. And when we say unstructured employees, we always think about mason and all those things. Actually, they are not like that. They are the support employees. And mostly today, in today's world, support employees are in the IT sector, because every work is tied with information technology. So suddenly we thought that those who are coming back to West Bengal, or there was immense news about people getting retrenched, what we could do for those people who are coming back to their respective state. So the state government in West Bengal, in the Department of Information Technology and Electronics, we started a portal, namely Karmabhumi. Karmabhumi is a skill registry portal. It's a platform. It is just based on skill. So as an applicant or as an employer, you can register there in order to find a skill. So here an applicant who has recently been retrenched or who is not going back to his place of work once again post-COVID and wants to do some work in West Bengal can register his skill. The government is not asking specifically which caste you belong to, which gender you belong to, what is the age of yours, what is the qualification do you have. We only want your skill. If somebody is really skilled in cybersecurity, so he will post his skill with respect to some certification if he possesses, or some sort of experience that he has, when he has last used a specific tool under cybersecurity, whether he belongs to the developer wing or the manager wing or the auditor wing of cybersecurity, then specifically rate oneself in the scale of 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This very whole system has, it was launched by Honorable Chief Minister on 14th of June. As we are speaking, we have registered more than 33,000 skills. And for your information, more than 7,000 people have already been employed, because employers are finding it really great to find out the real skills. If you ever register yourself, if you remember registering with any job portal, first of all, what is your name, what is your date of birth, where do you stay, all these identifiable information are collected. In our platform, Karmabhumi, there is no identifiable information. So this is a data agnostic, data sovereign, and data neutral platform. Because government, as we are saying, government does not want you to be known. Government wants to know your skill. Sir, the chairman, sir, what I wanted to actually promote from this case study is that when we are actually thinking about vocational course, we need to think about skills. In case of IT and electronics, there are set skills. Under the skills, there are sub skills, there are tools, there are technologies. We need to actually educate and guide our next generation, our would-be and budding talents, in order to make them skilled. If they are skilled, they will remain employable. So the focus of the government per se on the point of policy that you have asked me to explain is not to do many jugglings with the policy changes. It is about how to easily skill them. And to end my deliberation, I would just like to say this is a skill registry platform where government is the legs of the table, and the platform is where things are kept on the table. Some are applicants and some are employers, and government is facilitating without interfering into that, when that as legs do not come up on the table to talk to the things placed on the table. So government is the leg, or is the specifically legs of the table. Not only that, it is also giving them that opportunity, who are not being employed, an opportunity to self-assess themselves by a third-party assessment system, which is acceptable to the industry, because we have agreed and come into contract with the industry as well as academia. Industry has created a forum whereby we are allowing all those registered with us to self-assess themselves into the three categories: basic, intermediate, and advanced, so that any employer can easily choose his or her desired skill set. And whosoever is actually remaining out of that, that means becoming outlier, not coming into this category and not being selected, we are giving them bridge courses, foundation courses, and upskilling facilities based on their performance in the course and not performance in the course, by giving them scholarship from the government. So this is a holistic platform we have developed, and we have seen a lot of participation in that from the side of the employers, from the side of the applicants. Sir, by telling this thing, a real case study as it has been happening here and we are developing upon, I would request everyone here, all 71 participants, to just go and check a very simple portal which I'm just chatting here for your everybody's this thing. This is very simple portal, and just tell us back how we should actually make it more effective, and we will be honored if we get feedback from each one of you. And this is my case study, and this is my deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Das. I think it's been quite insightful to understand how the government is actually looking at all aspects of skill development. And it's currently in this time of COVID, it's really important to look at the migrants who are coming back home, do at least their skill mapping and try and connect them to the best possible jobs in a short period of time. I think this will help a lot. I think I'll take my question to now Professor Neela Dabir. She's working with TIS, so she'll be able to tell us on the higher education side how well the vocational education could link, and it's currently linking. Professor, you'll have to unmute yourself.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and for giving me this opportunity to present the work that we are doing at TICC. I have a small presentation, if I can share it on the screen. Can we do that right now?
Neela, if you have your presentation open, you could just click on the green share screen button yourself.
Okay, fine. It is open, but I don't know how to take it.
It will take a minute. Yeah. Have you clicked the share screen button?
Yeah. Somehow it is not.
Kindly find the screen share beside the chat.
Yeah. It is here.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming.
So basically, Tata Institute of Social Sciences is mainly known for the social science courses. But in the year 2002, we were given a seed grant by AICTE and MHRD to incubate national educational policy. And as part of the agreement, we started this school vocational education. and the whole model was based on the terms of the agreement. All of us are aware that vocational education recommendations for vocational education are very strongly put in the policies, and it is said that the vocational education should start from the level itself, and so that the students are exposed to various different opportunities in vocational education, and then they are able to choose the right one for
Madam, you
themselves.
can switch off the video for better audio.
Hello.
Switch off your own video for better audio, I'm saying, if you can.
How do I do that?
Just stop sharing your video.
Stop
So your
video
will
is
come
there,
again.
ma'am, on the left hand side. If you look at that,
Stop
next
video.
to stop video. Yes. Now
Yeah.
please continue.
Now your audio will be better.
Fine. So TRISS has implemented two different models of vocational education, which are innovative in its nature. Which are first time it has been tried, and I would like to talk about these two models. The first one is the work integrated training model, and the second one is National University Student Skill Development Project. The work integrated training model is directly giving DEVO courses in different sectors. And USC project is that offers value addition skill courses for college students enrolling regular courses. I would like to explain both the models. Just going ahead. So the work integrated model was, as I already said, was initiated with the grant from IISc. It's a partnership model involving three types of partners in collaboration with this to implement the vocational education program. This is as per the kind of big ICT we have. There are three partners. One is vertical anchor. They help us in designing curriculums for partners are facilitators. They help us in
Madam,
inducting
your
students.
voice is breaking.
What do I do then?
Yeah,
I
please
don't-
come closer to your mic so that we
Okay,
can avoid the background noise. If it,
fine.
yeah,
See,
thanks.
the skill knowledge facilitators help us to induct students for courses having placements for work integration and in the placements in the skill knowledge providers to engage students in OJT, and they also give them some stipend. TISSSV takes care of the theory classes to online mode, monitors students' attendance, develops standardized teaching learning material for all courses, and at the end of each semester, SSV conducts the examination and provides necessary certificates to the students. Currently, we offer more than 30 people across 19 locations in each. We are offering over 19 verticals, 90 locations, and more than 10,000 students. What are the special features of this program? Demand, there is a demand in market. We do not start course. Multiple entry exit possible because of this nature of the course. It is affordable for students as most of them get a stipend more than the fees they pay. Cost effective because no investment for skilling done. Students learn from the latest machinery in the industry when they apply for on-job training. It is flexible because if there is no demand in market, we may not run the course, but we can start a new course as per the need. It is flexible because of this nature of model of skill training leader. It is easily replicable with context modifications. We are talking about Northeast, it is possible to implement such a model in Northeast as well. High employability of graduates complete the program because they pass out with 3 years of work experience. They are continuously doing their OJT all 6 semesters. Now, this project is self-financed since April 2017. We do not need any further grant. apart from the first grant. Very low requirement of external funding, only for certain sectors. Students do not get stipend, and we look for CSR funding for such courses. You can see the exponential growth in enrollment numbers, and it is simply because the students who pass out are getting jobs immediately after passing out, and that is what brings new students. So BVO students are highly employable. More than 80% of the students got jobs after BVO, either in the same college or in similar institute. The the program has been financially self-supporting. Some students got admission for PG program and started their own business. It also satisfies the aspirational needs of the youth. This is a scalable and replicable model. And the best example to me the partnership is a win-win situation for us, and because industry trains skilled workers which they feel are necessary for their industry. The other program that I want to talk about is skill development program. How does it work? It runs a program of BA, BA, the program. So the first it is additional addition course to students. Some inputs are given which lead to a certificate or diploma. So the first year foundation course, second year part and third year domain course part 2. There are 20 credits of foundation courses. Year 2, there are 26 credits of domain courses and 4 credits of domain courses. At the end of 3 years, along with their degree, they also get a diploma in a vocational course. And that makes them highly employable. So these are some examples of domain courses and foundation courses. I may not get into details of it. I just wanted to show you the example. So impact, regular bachelor degree plus NUSSD diploma, which makes them skillful, employable graduates. And proven results at improving skills. We have experienced the students in NUSSD course are much more employable than those who do not get enrolled into this course. So it is right now implemented in 5 states in India, and more than 20,000 students are going this. So what are the key features of NUSD? Skill-based value addition courses leads to higher employability, growing number of colleges starting NUSSD program with TISs. Current coverage is 10,000. State governments starting their colleges. Jharkhand has requested some 100 colleges to start it. So this is another innovative program that we have started at TIS. Problems, issues of skills. I have been in this sector for last 7 years, though I am a social worker by education, but after entering this sector, I have many problems which are detrimental to the growth sector. Most programs are supply driven and therefore do not necessarily lead to higher employability. There are heavy investments are needed in many projects in infrastructure and labs. Amount of funds have been spent so far, but the success rate is quite poor. We have a lack of qualified trainers for skill-based courses. BVOC programs in colleges and universities are not very successful in many places because they are not demand-driven. Universities have been set up with high financial investments from 400 to 900 crores. Some of them are private, some of them are state funded. The number of students in skill universities is quite low as compared to the investment and recurring cost of the staff salaries. What are my suggestions? Since morning we're talking about policy, regulatory mechanisms and things like that. We are one of the victims of regulatory constraints. We have shown how this program can be successful, how it is working well, but because we are a deemed university, there are certain regulatory constraints which we are still not able to resolve in spite of going to MHRD, UGC several times. I hope it will be resolved in some time. So what I'm saying is it should be for the skill development courses, flexible norms and regulations should be there because their requirements are different than the normal academic courses or regular academic courses. There should be scope for trying out the innovations and different approaches to skill development in higher education. And multiple models can coexist. It should not be one thing fits all. And that will provide different experiments to take, and we can then see what the model. Skill industries should engage themselves more into research and development of new courses and continuously respond to the demands of job markets. They should aim at providing high-end skill courses with the help of industries. The BVO courses offered by colleges should be based on the local demand for skilled manpower, and they should change when there is a change in the demand. And I feel that more preference should be given to work integrated training to ensure job specific training and higher employability. My request to the audience is that they can ask questions whatever after the all presentations are over, and I'm very willing to answer the same. I don't want to take more time because we are already late. So I end my presentation here and then we can have more discussion in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dabir. Uh, that's really insight into how TIS has been doing a lot of things. I could see across 19 sectors you are offering a lot of vocational courses, and that's really good that we are able to understand this better. May I now request Mr. Raj Gilda from Lend a Hand India to actually share his experiences. He's been working for a very long time on the vocational education side with the school education. So, Raj, over to you.
Thank you, Gaurav, and very nice to see Professor Dabir and Dr. Leena and Mr. Mohapatra here. I think the co-journey people all along, in the journey of vocational education here. I would say that vocational education, especially in the school scenario, so if we are talking about, say, 9th to 12th grade, currently it is happening in India in majorly three possible ways. One is the Ministry of HRD's Samagra Shiksha scheme, under which, and even West Bengal and quite a few Northeast states are also a part of that as well, where there is a vocationalization of school education scheme, which is imparted, where one subject, a 100-mark subject, is introduced in a mainstream 9 to 12th grade curriculum, and with the Sector Skill Council and the State Board as a joint certifying and assessment body. So that is one way. Second is that there is a legacy 11th and 12th HSC vocational, 11th and 12th, like we have art, science and commerce, there is a vocational stream as well. And there are some states which it's still going on. In, for example, in Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, West Bengal, those are the states where this scheme, Delhi as well, that is going on. And third way in which the vocational education is introduced currently is in the in states like Maharashtra, where self-funded programs. So there are private and aided schools without any government funding have been imparting vocational education as part of the school curriculum during 9th and 10th grade as well. So that's the scenario. In all, about 10,000 schools are imparting this, vocational education currently in the school. About what we need to do, I think, first of all, vocational education, as far as at least the school is concerned, it should be known more like applied learning rather than vocational education per se. Because, as soon as we say vocational, you think about job, you think about employment, you think about livelihood, and nothing wrong with that. That is what is needed. But especially when you're 14-year-old, 15-year-old, you need to think about learning and not earning at that time itself. And both might be connected well together. So that is one part we need to look at. And vocational, as we all know, has a stigma attached to it as well, that how it is for somebody else's son or daughter, but not for my son. It should be my maid, my driver's son should do it, but not me. So if you want to remove that stigma, then we need to make it desirable. And how do we connect it with the real life world experiences as well? So in fact, there is a school near Guwahati, since we are talking about Northeast here, run by Akshara Foundation. And the similar experiment is going on in Maharashtra as well, where in the 9th and 10th grade, students are learning multiple skills and applying those into real life situation, right? Right from learning healthcare to gardening to agriculture to food processing, and applying that into their curriculum as well as then making real money out of it, which gives rise to developing entrepreneurial mindset as well, right? So I think that is one thing that we need to look at vocational as applied learning. Secondly, especially for 9th and 10th grade, currently there is a very not very much content specifically developed for school education. In that sense, the qualification packs, which have been great, have been taken, but I think we need to treat that as a base for, especially for 9th and 10th grade, and provide a foundational level of understanding for the students to go by. And thirdly, currently vocational education is mostly in government schools. It sort of reinforces the belief that it is only for the people with the lower economic strata and other things too. And if you really want to bring it to private and aided schools, which will act as a validation of the program, we need to reduce the cost involved, capital cost involved. And I completely agree with Professor Dabir here that there can be multiple models, which can work for multiple states, multiple schools, types of schools as well. And then we can take it forward from there to look at that. Unless the vocational education gets introduced into private and aided schools, it will carry the stigma, that it has. And fourth and last point I'll have is the very active linkage with the local community. So for example, now 11th and 12th grade, internships have been introduced. And we have started that in Maharashtra and other states as well, where a student is working with a local small and micro enterprise, where they will work for 2 weeks full-time or 1 month part-time in the area of their skill. So for example, food processing student is working in a coffee shop, or I myself, as I said, I'm a son of a Kirana merchant. You work with a grocery store and you will learn everything by doing that. So how do we introduce such kind of internships? And I know apprenticeships is there, NAPS is there, but that is all mostly after 12th. But how do we introduce it as a part of the mainstream curriculum in the 11th and 12th as well? That needs to be looked at, because then people, and especially if you focus on micro and small enterprises, people will aspire to become entrepreneurial, develop entrepreneurial mindset as well, as compared to always, aiming to get a job here, right? So that would be my remarks as far as vocational education is concerned. Thank you, Gaurav.
Thanks, Raj. I think you brought a very important thing is about the aspiration of vocational education. And if we start introducing in-school education, at least on the private side, if we also try, then I think that stigma of not being aspirational might gradually go off. So I think that's really good, Raj. I move on to Mr. Mahapatra. He's the CEO of Electronic Sector Skill Council, and as a Sector Skill Council, he's been contributing to all aspects of skilling. So we would like to hear from him what he feels currently is happening on the vocational education side and how we need to actually channelize it better. Mr. Mahapatra, you'll have to unmute.
I'll speak few points and straightforward. There are just 5 or 6 points which I want to highlight. I'm part of the system. I understand it very well. So I'd like to be prescriptive rather than descriptive. So I hope everybody will understand. I'll be ready for more questions if people ask me questions. 5 or 6 points which needs to be considered. Vocational education must be outcome based. to assure the skill competency is delivered at the end of this vocational education. For that to happen, it must be demand aligned and industry participation. Nila Dabi talked, and few programs in the country are fine, but I'm saying as a general prescription, it must be outcome based, it must be demand aligned, it must be industry participation. These three things are very essential for a program to be effective. Second part is vocational education should not be restricted to dropouts. Rather, it must be embedded to education or higher education or wherever it is possible. It cannot be just considered for dropouts. Then we can say people are building their careers with this rather than they're hunting for jobs with this. This skill is not a bad thing to aspire for and build a career rather than just look for it for a job. So it should not be looked down, it should be looked up as a career option. The third point is existing ITI diploma education in the country must be enhanced with new and future skills, facility, and also faculty development to be relevant. Because most of the ITIs and diplomas in the country today either do not have a good facility or do not have a good faculty to teach the new age technology or future technologies. If they are not upgraded, they are not very greatly useful to us. Last thing is for engineering education, it should target better utilization of core engineering graduates which come out of the engineering colleges rather than just how somehow place them. What we have done in the country for last 20 years, I consider is a gross underutilization of our engineering talent because we could not find better jobs for them. They got into some jobs, and that should not be the focus of a campus. We should rather look at R&D, product development, test, and validation to make sure our engineers are actually productive and utilized in core areas rather than used in general for a job. Last thing is the faculty need to improve, and it can't improve if better talent doesn't come and choose to be faculty in vocational schools or skilling institutes. Better talent comes. Normally, we get very average talents. We know how much of the training of the trainers we do, what kind of challenges we face, because the backgrounds are very average. So we can't just expect miracle out of average. So we got to really see how a talent is not coming, and we have to work hard on this. The last part is we got to make the whole vocational study aspirational to get even better students. I'm myself from IIT, but I say very seriously, IIT is better because of the intake, not because of what it transforms. Let them take average student and transform. I will salute IITs. But today they're very lucky. They get the brightest student in the country, and we say IIT is the best. It's okay. But our case, we get the weakest student and we expect to transform their life to careers. So we should also need some average or better students. And we have to make it aspirational. It's a country challenge how to make it aspirational. That's all is my point. Rest is question answer. I'll take it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mahapatra. I think you also brought out a very important fact that the aspiration of vocational education has to really come up. And that will only happen once we actually start pushing skills to average and above average people also. So that stereotyping which has happened, where only the people who are either dropouts or who have not been able to perform towards the regular education side will enter the vocational education. I think that's something which we need to look at. Over to Mr. Simarpreet Singh from GIS Group on his views on how currently is the vocational education structured within the higher education, and you run colleges, so you would know how it is structured and what should be done to make it more integrated.
Very good afternoon to all. Firstly, I want to apologize because I'm the youngest in this panel. So please forgive me if I say something which is not relevant to anyone. To begin with us, what we are doing, we are seeing that a lot of skills are important for higher education, be it soft skill, technical skill, but most important skill is life skills. So what we are working on initially during the initial period of lockdown, there was a lot of issues of mental health of the student. What we did, we tried a mechanism where we engage the students so that they don't feel lonely in their home. There are a lot of panic stages in the beginning. So we did workshop, we did guiding counseling session 1-to-1 with them. We also did cultural program. Plus we engage them academic as well. So what we learned in this lockdown period, that life skills is very important, and a college cannot be done online fully. College has more to other than knowledge and education. It has more than that. And what we did in our sector of themes, we identified gaps in our system, like gaps in our research projects, gaps in entrepreneurship, gaps in employment. So we took feedback from my employer, took feedback from our project assistant, and we tried to fill up that gap with technology, whatever is possible, wherever is possible. We did gamification of knowledge, we did edutainment, blending of knowledge with entertainment, like how Byju's and Khan Academies of the world are doing. So we did the project-based learning, so that there was a complaint from our employers that the projects are outdated and the student could not speak about the project. So what we did, since we are autonomous, we took the advantage and we started project-based learning right from semester one. And plus, to make it mandatory, we gave them some credit so that the student take it seriously. What we found out that if you attach some points, some grade or something, then students do the thing more seriously. So gamification is very important. While training students for placement, what we did, rather identifying all students as one ABC, we took a test, and it was a periodic AI-based test with the help of a startup company, where the students' interests we can analyze and train according to the student interest. We can't train them all at one level. So some are in level A, some are level B, some are level C. So first, our target was to put all the students at a particular level, then give specialized advanced training to them so that it helps in their career as well. And uh, uh, also we have identified, as India government signed the washing accords, like the education is going from input based education to output based education. So everything has to be measured and analyzed and then reassessed and then validated as well. So all the processes in the last 5 years has been in the same line, be it NBA, NAC, or whatever accreditation body it does. But plus additionally, this is very important. End of the day, a student comes for employment to our campus at least. I can't say for others. So our main objective is to make them employable. And employable does not mean only technical skills. A lot of other skills are important in life. Teamwork is there, leadership is there, how to bond, how to anger management, plus other musical sports are also there. So we are our entire focus in the last 5 years has been to make students ready for life rather than just for a company. With this, I want to just conclude my session.
Thank you, Simapreet. I think we are ready for the questions, and I can see one of the questions which has come up may not be directly relevant, but I will just change it to the relevant topic. The question reads: imparting skill training is fine, but would like to know the way in which skilled person can be linked with job opportunity, as majority of the Indian working population are not fortunate enough to have loads of money to live entrepreneurial aspiration. So I think if we just link this question to the vocational education side, saying if we are doing vocational education, is it important to link it with job, or should we keep this within the education space and let the child actually decide in future on what he wants to take up, especially from a school angle? I do understand on the higher education side, it'll be directly linked to jobs. But let me ask Raj first. Raj, what's your view on this?
So I think, as I mentioned earlier, we need to we need to treat 9th and 10th and 11th and 12th differently, right? Because 9th and 10th, when you are part of the general education and other things too, you are 14, 15-year-old. So that's when it is more about learning. But as you are going into 11th and 12th, and I completely agree with Mr. Mohapatra here, where we have a very specifically look for, specific job skill or something like that. And 9th and 10th, the vocational education can act as a introduction to a variety of fields, in this sense, so that you are making a right choice, what you want. Like, for example, I would have never been an engineer if I had done something before, I would have known that that is not for me. So 9th and 10th, it is more of exploration. 11th and 12th, of course, it should be more, shifting towards job, because by the time you finish 12th grade, you will be 18 years as well, right? The legal age to work and otherwise, too. But that will be my, sort of comment here.
Okay. Thanks, Raj. And this question is from Anjum Afroz, and I would want to take this to Professor Dabir also, to tell us how important, because people immediately link vocational education to jobs. How important is it to create some kind of a distance, or do you think the current association is fine? Unmute yourself, please.
Distance from what?
I'm saying, when we talk about vocational education, the first thing which comes into everybody's mind is, I will do a vocational course and immediately get into a job. Whereas when you are doing a regular course on education, there is higher education, there are other things which people think of. So I'm just asking about the association.
The recent introduction of a degree in vocation has made a lot of difference, because this BVoc is equivalent to BA, BSc, BCom. So if a student doesn't want to take a job immediately after BVoc, he can go for higher education for courses which require any graduation, because that is something they can appear for UPSC, MPSC and other things also. So giving a degree in vocation has made a lot of difference. It gives a status and also opportunity for upward mobility and higher education to the students who do BVoc. But if in BVoc there is lot of work experience also embedded in the course. Ours is completely work integrated, but many other colleges also send their students for internship and all, where they get a real life experience, and then so they become highly employable than any other academic stream like BA, BSc, BCom. And that is something which makes it attractive to many students who like to work with hands, and also would like to ensure that after graduation they will get a job. That is something which is important for students who are graduating at the age of 21, 22. They definitely would like to become self-reliant and not depend on parents. So
Thank you.
vocational education gives that opportunity.
Thank you, Professor. I think, Sanjay ji, you were talking about the job opportunity and how your portal actually helps them connect quickly with the job opportunity. And I think the question is rightly targeted at that. If you can tell them a little bit more how the portal works and how quickly it is able to connect to jobs.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'm an executor. As an administrator, I do not question the policy. I try to remain within the confines of the policy and try implement them to the core. So in my 26 years of service, I have always been to that. I have never questioned the policy. The policy, whatever the government has done, making BVoc acceptable and all, these are all great things. But the issue is what people want. People want job. So when does a job come my way? When I'm employable. If I lose my job right at this point of time, what will happen to me? What am I left with? I'm a member of a cadre in the batch where there were, besides me, there were 40 odd other officers. So if all of 40 odd, officers, we lost the job on this very day, what will happen to all of them? Have we ever questioned us? This is the question that I have been asking myself for the last so many years that I am working. And that has actually has given me this idea that you must remain employable. You must not try to find out a job. The job will find you.
Well,
what type of course that you are pursuing is more important than what the course will entail. What does it entail? What does it make you? Because today morning, some son of a very senior officer in the government of India, he called me and he asked me, Uncle, I want to actually pursue a career in cyber security. And by the way, we have only government-led and government-run cybersecurity center of excellence in the entire country, other than West Bengal state government. All other state-level cybersecurity center of excellence, the centers of excellence, they are run by third party. They are given to some organizations, definitely very capable organizations. But at Department of Information Technology and Electronics, we have this Center of Excellence on Cybersecurity, and we run it ourselves. So somehow the other, somebody had given him that thing. So this is another real case study that happened with me today morning. He called me up and asked me, Uncle, मैं cyber security में career pursue करना चाहता हूँ. तो मैंने कैसे चालू किया? What did I tell him? That is the answer to everybody who is here listening to us. I told him to go into this thing, Google, and search Dummies Guide on Cybersecurity. He searched and found that there's a beautiful free book on cybersecurity by dummies by Palo Alto. Then I asked him, start reading the first page and come back to me after 5 minutes. He rang me up after 5 minutes and he told, after I complete this book, I will call you and ask you whether I'm going to need this course. I would tell everybody, internet has given us great opportunity to unlearn and learn. Unlearn ourselves. Whatever we have learned, if they are not necessary for me to remain employable, there is this necessity of unlearning and then to learn. Why in Karmabhumi we have this self-assessment, which is called recognition of prior learning? Because each and every big house in ITS I have seen over the last 4 years, that they actually conduct this gradation of this knowledge, what type of efficiency that the person possesses. If somebody says that I have a skill in cybersecurity, what level does, where he stands, what is the level of that? That is called certification of prior learning. And after that learning is complete, the certification is there, then the organization knows the value of that resource. Then he or that organization gives a bridge gap, that organization wants to bridge the gap. And bridging that gap, they give gap filling course to that person. Be it from Udemy, be it from edX, be it from Coursera, be it from NPTEL, be it from Khan Academy, any place that you want, even Vimeo, even YouTube has wonderful courses. So my dear friends and my fellow colleagues and my seniors here, my humble submission to everybody is absolutely certification is necessary, but knowledge cannot be done away with. That in order to assess my knowledge, I want to remain employable. I want to remain employable. If I remain employable, I need to know where the entire industry is going, where the world is going. In the next 10 years, like Paytm, encryption tools will be there. Already Cisco has brought up, Google has brought up encryption tool, and we are utilizing that tool. If somebody wants job, start reading encryption and start bringing out solutions on encryption. They will not be jobless. So there are issues where we can guide them. We should guide our children in order to identify. That is what I would say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Das. I think there are no further questions here, and for the sake of keeping time and making the other next panel more meaningful, I think we'll hand over the mic to Raina, unless anybody wants to add anything from the panelist side. Okay, so Raina, please take over. You are mute.
Thank you so much, Gaurav, for Mr. Kapoor, for giving us this wonderful session and kindly moderating it. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our other esteemed panelists, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Das, Professor Neela Dabir, Mr. Raj Gilda, Mr. Simarpreet Singh, and Mr. N.K. Mohapatra. Thank you so much for being here. And we will continue on with the panel discussion 3 right now. If you want to stay, that would be an honor for us. Thank you so much once again. I would like to now announce my panel 3 and the last panel for today's third Globalized Education Forum. The topic of panel 3 would be Industry Academia Synergy, exchange of ideas, practice, and experiences. In this particular panel, I would like to introduce Dr. Shubarna Bose, the founder and chief mentor in the Smart Group. Dr. Bose will also kindly chair this session for us. Moving on to our next panelist would be Dr. Kingshuk Banerjee, who is a PhD partner and client service leader, cognitive business division support and process re-engineering, IBM Services, Bangalore. We will also have Mr. Atanu Ghosh, entrepreneur and guest faculty, IIM, Kolkata. I'd like to also take this opportunity to speak a few words on the profile of each of our esteemed speakers. Dr. Subarna Bose is the founder and chief mentor in the Smart Group. Dr. Bose is a chartered accountant with a 25 plus years of entrepreneurial experience in different locations across the globe. As the founder and chief mentor of IndusMart Group, his mission is to create magic moments for everyone at every opportunity. The first step towards mentoring the students for making them future ready was with Institute of Advanced Management in 1989. This was followed by International Institute of Hotel Management in the year 1994. Dr. Kingshuk Banerjee, our next panelist, is currently a partner and client service leader in cognitive computing and analytics practice in IBM Services. He leads the delivery of a broad spectrum of analytics services worldwide. His portfolio includes artificial intelligence, data platforms, Internet of Things, and process re-engineering. A computer science graduate by training, he had entered his doctorate in engineering management from George Washington University, USA. Dr. Banerjee is certified by Cornell and Harvard University in executive leadership and change management. Kingshuk loves traveling and meeting people. Our next panelist, Mr. Atanu Ghosh, entrepreneur and guest faculty at IIM Kolkata. Mr. Ghosh is the managing partner of Blue Bricks Solution, engaged in education, research, consulting, and training in the domain of digital transformation and digital technology. Blue Bricks collaborates with leading institutions of the country and abroad to design, and deliver courses related to digital transformation and technology management in these institutes. Bluebeaks trains around 8,000 students and professionals annually in these areas. Mr. Aditya Anirban, who was a part of this panel, unfortunately, due to some unforeseen circumstances, had to drop out of this panel. But I would now request Dr. Subarna Bose to please start the session on industry, academia, synergy, exchange of ideas, practice, and experiences. Over to you, Dr. Bose. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rana, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a proud privilege and honor to be here in this prestigious GEF of the ICC. And this is one of the very, I think, oft-discussed topic, because industry and academia are like two hands of a man. Without the support of each, the entire education, the entire industry and the economy will collapse. I think the major thing that supports today's academia ecosystem is the industrial experience of the student, the industrial synergy, as you have written in your topic. I think it's an absolutely fabulous word, synergy, because this is what really have helped millions of students all over the world to become champions, because what is taught in the classroom is not always the thing that happens in the industry. Because always in academics, we try to be industry ready, but sometimes you also have to teach from an academic point of view, from the traditional point of view, from the realistic things are missed out. And when the student go for the industry in terms of whether it's internship or doing a project or working with great people like Dr. Kingshuk Banerjee and Atanu Ghosh, who are two very good friends as well, I'm sure that they get huge kind of on-ground reality experience. And that exactly is what learning is all about. I always believed in my 31 years of experience in the academics that learning can never take place within the four walls of a classroom. Learning have to actually go and mingle with the ground reality of the industry. And that is what thing that changes. I think it's ever changing. I think it changes sometime in months, sometime in days, something in hours also. So once you are working in a situation where the ground realities are activated and you're a part of it, I think the learning becomes real. And that real learning is a learning that one get in their career. They apply, as we always say, that knowledge may be great, but knowledge is useless if there is no application of knowledge. Applied knowledge is what learning is all about. So we're not talking about teaching. We are not talking about knowledge. We are talking about learnings and how the application of that knowledge in the business or commerce or industry is done by the student when they come out and graduate, and then they work in the international and national corporations all over the world, or they do entrepreneurship in their own business, and they actually apply, innovate every day. And this innovation they actually learn while doing the internship with the ground real companies. And so I'm very, very fortunate to have two stalwart, I'll say, and absolute two best minds in this particular area, and of course in other areas. And I'm sure that they will put on some light before we go ahead. So first of all, I'd like to have Kingshuk, Dr. Kingshuk Banerjee from IBM, who is joining us from Bangalore, from IBM Bangalore, to share with this huge importance, Kingshuk, of the academia and the industry, and how we can actually take forward this synergy, and how we can actually take that US model into India, because sometimes there is a difference. You have worked in US, you have worked in India, you have worked in Germany, you have worked in so many places, and how you can feel that our students in our country can actually benefit with more proactive industry academia synergy. Over to you, Kingshuk.
Sure. Thank you very much for having me with you. I mean, it's a pleasure. So, as you say, it's a given thing. The two hands of a man. I mean, industry and academia, they must partner. The question is, how can we make this thing effective, real life, productive, and really happening? So I'll give you an example. So some of the finest, I work for IBM in the artificial intelligence group, and some of our finest innovation, we get it basically from the campus, from the students, vetted by the professors. And whatever we do, be it in terms of the latest R&D, latest inventions, the touch of academia is kind of omnipresent. It's always there, because without that we just can't move forward. We have our own IBM research lab, we do a lot of interesting things, but at the end of the day, if we can't get to a constantly churning pool of fresh ideas, fresh thoughts that the universities are, probably we don't have the latest and greatest with us. So we very much depend on academia. The question is, how do we give back to the academia? That is a very important thing, because we go around the world, we solve a lot of industry problems. We see, for example, an analytic algorithm can be the pet favorite of a big professor who has published 30 patents on that, 30 publications. But when we try to apply it in real life, we see there are some very interesting problems, right? And Dr. Bose knows it so well. We have been working with his group, with his organization, to come up with something called a career counseling app, which is like guiding, interacting with the students and using artificial intelligence and analytics, trying to prescribe them that probably this is the career path you should follow, given your interests, given your background, given your situation. Probably this is what you should do. Now, when we try to go and apply that algorithm to real life, we come across some myriad problems. One problem I'll share with you. We have been working with Dr. Bose calls me up on a Sunday morning. Kingshuk, it's great that you, IBM, has helped us create this wonderful application. But half of my guys, the test takers, are actually taking it from, from the rural countryside. And the connection is very spotty. Can you go and save every stroke and try to understand that whether they are gaming the system? Some people may think that it's an internet connection problem, and some smart cookies may actually feign internet connectivity problem. Can you go and figure out who is feigning, who is not, save all the strokes, and come back to a point, to a score, which kind of really tells who is this person, what is the quantitative capability, what is the what are his true intentions or intent mining. So these are the real life pitfalls. These are the real life situations. We would love to share it with academia. And that's exactly the journey we started with IIM Udaipur, where we would be taking a full course, sharing with them our experience kitty, so that the next generation entrepreneurs, not just the job seekers, jobs are very important, but even more important probably are the people who create jobs, who has the imagination and the courage to go and create the next generation jobs. How do we go and arm them, help them with our experience set? That's what we are focusing on today. So I'd love to yield here. I'm sorry for my long-winded monologue. Thank you.
Kingshuk, thank you so much for your take on this. I'd like to ask you also that we all know that IBM is working very proactively with the schools, because as one of the commitment of IBM to work with the academia, and they've signed agreements with, I think, 200 CBSE schools recently, so that you can teach the AI to the school student almost free of cost. And in a way, it's giving back. As you said, you started off how we can give back to the academia. I think if you can just say a little bit about this initiative of IBM.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. I mean, this is one of the things that we are continuing. We have been working with Atal Tinkering Lab, with the government of India in the past, and with many state governments. So this CBSE thing, we are trying to build the latest and greatest of the AI things. But the whole thing is very interesting is, one big focus is not just telling us what we have done in the past, what can be done, what should be done, what are the use cases. I was listening to Mr. Mohapatra, on that vocational stuff. And the whole idea, the whole focus of this is not just to go and be pedantic, be like, sit in the ivory towers, actually to fire the imagination of these kids. So for example, vocational training, just let me share with you. Carpentry, plumbing, electricity. These are the top 3 things that I need, for example, in my apartment here. Now, do people realize that the carpentry of today is going to change into connected carpentry of tomorrow? So the doors, the windows, they have a life, they have sensors. So it is not just good enough to go and know how to work on the wood or on the material. They are actually computer science guys who are actually embedding smart sensors and intelligence. If those things can be the focus, like how to get to the next world, probably, as somebody says, jobs will come, running after these guys, because he's not just a carpenter. He's a carpenter / computer science guy, Internet of Things guy, who is bringing the next generation of carpentry to this world. Is there a consumer for that? I believe yes. We just have to be creative enough to, play in that sweet financial spot between what the people are ready to pay and what can we produce at a, with an economy of scale. We have got to think them through. We need some government support, central governments, the state government. Absolutely, we need that. We need a private public partnership the most. And probably this is what that is going to be the focus of our CBSE students program. We want to fire the imagination as opposed to teach a whole bunch of algorithms.
Thank you very much. And that is actually an absolute fantastic initiative from IBM, because what you say is that the vocational education sometimes lacks that aspirational rational or aspirational nature. But if it is can be fused with industry triggered knowledge, as you said, I'm sure it will take a different aspiration level, and we'll get a lot of good people coming and joining it. And we have with me Mr. Atanu Ghosh. Atanu is one of the most well-known figure in the digital marketing as an entrepreneur. And I say that much before big baskets and others came, Atanu started his e-commerce on grocery way back 8 years back, called Soap and Salt. And of course, he's a guest faculty in IIM Calcutta. And Atanu, you have been in all the business school as a student and also as an faculty, and you have been an entrepreneur. You have worked with IBM and other companies as well. So you have seen it all. If you can tell us and all our listeners and viewers rather, how we can really proactively push and work the industry academia synergy, and to a level that a student can gain actually much more, and academia gets back more than what they are right now getting. So what's your take on that? Over to you, Atanu.
Thank you, Shubhananda, and thank you, ICC, for inviting me. First of all, before I start what we need to do today, I'd like to mention that industry academia collaboration actually existed very strongly maybe 20, 30 years back when we actually did our courses. Why I say this is at that point of time, many of us have done engineering, and you have done chartered accounting. You know that you have this articleship as a part which is integrated as in your curriculum. Many of the engineering colleges actually were located in industrial cities. And one of the greatest examples of academia industry collaboration actually are the hospitals, because even today I don't know of any medical college which doesn't have an associated hospital. And the best doctors of the world today, including India, are probably professors in hospitals. And you are IIHM is a great example where you are running a hotel and you are running a institute along with a hotel. So that's what it should be. But somewhere I think with the proliferation of so many engineering colleges, with the proliferation of so many management colleges, that contact between the industry and academia got lost in the last 20 years. And probably we are talking about reviving that in the future years and what can be done. So my experience with working with some of the IIMs and XLRIs has been that there has been a couple of fundamental changes in the overall industry landscape in the last few years, primarily driven by digital technology, because of which this industry academia collaboration has become more important. The most important thing is the advent of digital technologies. And the reason I'm saying this is because of digital technology, what has happened is every professional in the industry needs to reinvent and upskill and cross-skill themselves as they go along in their career. This was not so much of a requirement. In our times, we passed out of our colleges and we thought that our study is over. So it's all, job, and we learn in the job. But today that's not the case, because you have to go back to school and you have to learn new things. And that's why you see there are a lot of this online education that has become kind of very, very important. And the concept of nano degrees, that you upskill yourself, cross-skill yourself, that has become very important. And many of the academic institutions today
focusing a lot in this on the online education space. So that's one of the big changes that has happened, and the only way this kind of training can be imparted is when industry and academia can collaborate together. Why? Because I've seen both sides. I've seen as I think King Chuk was rightly saying, that if you have a strong theoretical foundation, sometimes certain practical aspects are missed out. For example, let's say analytics. So I can't teach analytics unless I have data. So many of the, as they know, that many of the institutes, we provide actually services of data lab. And one of the purposes of the online e-commerce platform that I have is that we provide data labs, because these institutes need the data to teach. And that's a big asset. So on the other hand, I've also seen the other way around. It's not that all industry professionals can really teach, because teaching is not about sharing your experience. Sharing your experience or speaking at a conference is a different thing than teaching. So teaching has to have a theoretical framework, and that is where the industry academia collaboration becomes very important. What are the ways by which it can be done? Now, some of the institutes have already started doing it. King Chuk talked about I am Udaipur. I am also associated with I am Udaipur, and I know that institute has been very active in terms of bringing in faculty from the industry. Okay, and in fact, a large part of the course structure is also designed by faculty from the industry and from the industry itself. Most of these institutes today, the courses that are being designed are actually being designed in collaboration with the industry. So that is something that is definitely happening. What is probably not happening, and I have actually spoken to many of the my friends in academia, is how do we have a stronger exchange in terms of, like, let's say if we have a faculty go on an exchange program. So we have this exchange programs among universities. People go on lien to another university. So let's say somebody from XLRI goes and works in IBM for 2 years, and somebody like King Shuk is having a quite a an academic background, probably spends some time in academia and see how the research and working there. So when that happens, this is going to become stronger, because then the academia will understand what are the needs of the business, because that is one of the important things probably is identifying as a gap, because when they come up with research papers, they come up with things, they probably is still not aligned to what the industry requires. So similarly, an industry person probably is not aware of what is the latest that is happening in the academia field. So in fact, I was asking that, all of us know today that publishing research papers is becoming one of the key result areas of the academic world today. And I was just asking that how many CEOs actually read research papers. Okay, when you have a problem, does a CEO or any CXO level person read a academic paper? Probably not. So that's where the gap is. So probably that's the next step, where you actually not only collaborate in terms of building the curriculum, collaborate in terms of bring faculty from the industry, but also have an exchange program where the academia and the industry kind of work together. Yeah. So that's my quick thoughts.
Thanks very much, Atonu. That was excellent. I will quickly come back to Dr. Kingshuk Banerjee, but I'll also say that it's so relevant what you said, Atonu. In fact, all we know that for the COVID-19, one of the industry that was actually hit the most in hospitality and travel. And I am a very strong stakeholder in that. And what we are doing actually, every day we are having a web series going on with the general managers and CEOs of the top hotels. Yesterday we had with ITC, day before with Marriott, and trying to talk with them and trying to find out what they would like to, the new skill set they would like to have in their new hires. Like we have named the series Today's Education for Tomorrow's Hotelier, and we are asking them that, well, when you recruit a new management trainee, or a professional 1 year from now, 2 year from now, has there been a change in the portfolio? Has there been a change in the skill set? And yes, the answer is yes, definitely. We all know. And they're telling that, well, we would now require this kind of skill set. And one of the interesting things that has come up, and which is actually a very classic example of academia industry synergy, is that the entire IIHM curriculum now is been revamped on what the industry requires tomorrow when they will be recruiting our students. So most interesting example is that almost all the area directors, CEO, and the general managers of the top hotels of the country, they say now we'd like to recruit people who are multitasker. So, we'll not really like to have somebody maybe in the front of the house just handling reservations, but we like to have somebody who can come in the morning and do a little bit of a breakfast service and then come back to the front of the house, do some reservation, then possibly go to the marketing with the team and meet maybe 5 clients and come back for the lunch service and do some housekeeping in the evening and then come for the dinner service. So because we will not hire a lot of people in the next 3 years, we should be requiring people who can really multi-skill instead of becoming, well, I am a wine sommelier. Well, I mean, next 2-3 years will be difficult for the industry, as we all know. So obviously, this is giving an input to us to not just to revamp and readjust and reset our curriculum, but also to change the mindset. I think the important thing here is the mindset, not really because hospitality and all service industry are very attitude centric. And I think the mindset is a very important element of any learning here. And I think this input which we are getting from the industry experts and the industry leaders actually is driving us to reset our curriculum, our students' mindset, and also their industrial placement opportunities. So I think absolutely, Atanu, agree with you. I'll come with a very, very interesting question to Dr. Kingshuk Banerjee. I mean, obviously, with COVID-19, what we have seen, the entire online platform, and just like we are talking right now, has totally become totally democratized, number one. Number two, it's been heavily accelerated. And I always say possibly what India would have taken 5 years to 10 years, I think we have achieved in 4 months. My 86-year-old mother-in-law knows better Zoom and WebEx than I do. Honestly, I'm not joking. And 3 months back, she didn't know how to boot a laptop. So the acceleration has now gone to the bedrooms and the bathrooms and drawing rooms, honestly. It has gone from 9 to 91 age. So in these circumstances, there has been a lot of advantages also we got. The world has become much closer to all of us. So while talking about this internship and industry experience, do this online can provide the students to do online internship? Possibly I'm talking about somebody from, let's say, Bangalore, can go to your IBM factory, maybe in US, and possibly spend 15 days there online, but actually working as an intern with a particular department like cognitive, like C3 or whatever. Is it possible? And if possible, does it really make sense? I mean, does that give that extra edge to the students' internship experience?
Sure. Thank you. Thanks for the question. That's a very interesting one, actually. At the heart of it is how are we going to transform our way of learning without direct contact? And that's a $1 million question. Now, if it is computer science, some of the theoretical stuff, philosophy, English and all, can you do it? Absolutely, yes. Whether you intern with IBM, which is a very digital company, or you intern with LexisNexis, a legal powerhouse in Ohio, or some company in Singapore or in Japan, probably in the digital world, yes. The problem becomes when you get to those services, those industries which are very, very human touch centric. Like, for example, your hotel industry, right? It's a very human touch centric. How can you go and do internship with, say, with Marriott or some other Hilton Group hotel, without getting into their premise? So one thing that that is coming up big in the horizon, that is visualization, virtualization of the environment, augmented reality, augmented 3D. Like, we have been experimenting with a very interesting solution. You wear a 3D glass, you are in a room, and you say, this particular factory in Madhya Pradesh, this particular, you know, area, it is having a bit of a problem. So how can augmented reality along with 3D visualization, Internet of Things, how can we go and it can recreate that environment virtually so that you get the feeling that you as a hotel, say, hotel management institute student, you get to go into, walk into the room of your client. This is the shape, this is how the bed looks like, disheveled, you have to do this bed, these are some of the things. So how can you go and bring that experience and environment sitting there in Calcutta in your institute? They get to know so much of housekeeping without really being in the house of that hotel, right? Is it possible? Yes. So I think technology is going to make that happen very quick, very fast. And actually, it is not just the technology. This is actually this augmented reality, 3D visualization in medicine, in law, in almost every aspect, without, like in anatomy students, without really cutting the guy, can you go and get into the bowel of a patient? Here is the intestine, here is the large intestine, small intestine, and all that thing. So this kind of visualization is becoming very, very real going forward. And my answer, yes, we can do that. We have to think creatively.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Banerjee. Thanks, Atanu. I'm open to the questions. If anybody has a question for myself, Mr. Ghosh, and Dr. Banerjee, I'm more than happy. Well, I don't think there is any question on the floor. So thank you very much, Dr. Banerjee. Thank you very much, Atanu. And thank you very much, Raina. And thanks to ICC for this opportunity to speak to a very, very esteemed group of people. And over to you, Raina.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bose. I'd like to once again take this opportunity for you to take out time from your valuable schedule and address this particular session. I would also like to thank Mr. Atanu Ghosh and Mr. Kingshuk Banerjee to also be a part of this particular session and address the audience. I would like to take over a closing for this entire conference. And for that, I would sincerely request Dr. Leena Wadia to please take the floor to address the audience and give us a closure of this particular forum, third Globalized Education Forum, with the summit aim of realistic action plan for effective implementation of the outline of the recent policy, vis-a-vis promoting vocational education, skill development, and entrepreneurship. Dr. Leena Wadia, over to you, please.
Raina, if I may just ask a question before I
Sure, absolutely.
Dr. Bose was asking whether there were questions, where the questions in the Q&A sections addressed. For example, there is a question which says imparting skill training is all fine, but we would like to know the way in which skilled persons can be linked with job opportunity, as majority of Indian working population are not fortunate enough to have funding to live entrepreneurial aspirations. So this is, I thought, was a very relevant question for this panel. Similarly, there's another question which says, according to CMI report 2019, 62.5% of graduates under the age of 24 years remains unemployed. So I think I was wondering whether the previous panel could specifically address it.
Yep, of course we can. Dr. Banerjee, would like to say about this?
Sure. Let us take the first question. Imparting skill training is all fine, but what am I going to do with that? If there is no job and I don't have money to start an entrepreneur thing, a company, so how can we? So look, this is where we think we have to think a bit creatively. We have to change the mindset change. If we keep looking for a job as opposed to creating a job, probably it will not help. That's why when we go to the vocational institutes, I believe not only vocational, all training institutes, there should be like some kind of an training or encouragement for being entrepreneur. Let's take this example. If you go and put a plumbing course is fine, but along with the plumbing or electricity, like electrician's course, if you can go and give a little bit of a futuristic outlook there, a futuristic next generation digital technology that Mr. Ghosh, Atanu Ghosh was saying, probably immediately the resume gets, developed 10x, tenfolds. And the companies like, IBM, companies like Infi, Wipro, all the majors, TCS, we are ready to take a look at all these resumes. It's not like we don't, hire anybody, who has got a vocational degree. All we are looking for is that forward thinking, either as part of their training or as part of their post-training activities. So we look at that. The second thing is, this is where the private-public partnership is so important. All our connected digital initiatives in IBM today, we actually are in America, we are actually hiring people without graduation degree. That was one of the focus, at least in pre-COVID area, we have been looking at that because a lot of school dropouts are actually going there. So I think two things. Let us emphasize more of public-private partnership. Mr. Bose has already started that thing. We are with him on that. And B, let us look at our curriculum and look at not just teaching, but also what to do with what they have been taught to. That is a very important thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Agree with you fully.
All right. Thank you all so very much. It's my proud privilege to, on behalf of ICC, as well as all of us who were involved in organizing parts of this event, certainly I was involved in parts of it. I think it's Raina and her team and many others working behind the scenes who made this happen. But it's my privilege to read out this. All of you will agree with me on that. And, the speakers, especially the panel that the opening session and the panels that followed have shared such valuable insights. I was telling Raina that it should be pushed out to many schools, colleges, and so on, for younger people to hear and be inspired by it. But Raina and her team have picked up a few key takeaways, and I'd like to read those for you. The first is the need for holistic education that fortifies creativity, imagination, innovation, the flexibility in education that the draft NEP encompasses, which was emphasized by Dr. Kasturi Rangan as a key element of a good educational system. The second was the focus that has been given to vocational education, and also in this panel, which I was listening to with fascination. And then the third is the importance that Professor Rajkumar of OP University emphasized that what we need is private sector, not least the chairman made, including the one on examination reforms, where he said that during his tenure, what they have done is to say that only 30% of the exams should be focused on memory, and the remaining 70% should be higher levels of learning based on Bloom's taxonomy. So I think we have a lot to take away from this event. You know, all the panelists I have not mentioned have only added to it, not taken away from everything that has been said today. So with these words, we would like to end this conference today and thank all of you for your participation and for sharing your very valuable insights. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wadia, for reading out the last few lines and summing up the conference for us. ICC is honored and privileged to have you in it and all the other esteemed speakers also in this third Globalized Education Forums. I'd just like to thank, lastly but not least, our co-partner JIS Group, our associate partner Heritage Group of Institutions, Om Dayal Group of Institution, and ESSI. I would also like to mention for the delegates who are still online that we will try and reach out to all of you with the link of the YouTube, which for this particular session, which has been recorded. Request you to just put forward and share it with as many people that you know who would benefit from this conference. Thank you so much once again from ICC. Have a good day.
Thank you, Raina. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wadia. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.